Director, and to my left is Russ Mills, our Water Sewer Superintendent. As the Mayor mentioned, we are here to discuss a presentation for water restriction and review of Resolution 1122, a resolution imposing water restrictions on water usage based upon determination by staff about what is required to protect the viability of the water supply system for Manitou Springs. So with that, what we'll do, I'm sure you've all had time to look at the packet and see the resolution. We won't go over that. But what we will go over is some slides to give you some information. Russ, go ahead.
Okay, the first thing is recent water history, or restrictions history. First off, the Colorado River Basin serves 7 states and Mexico. It's divided between the upper basin states of Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, and Wyoming. And the lower basin consists of Arizona, California, and Nevada. The federal government declared an unprecedented water shortage for the Colorado River and Lake Mead, triggering mandatory water cuts and opening a new chapter in the worsening struggle with drought in the West. Water supplies from the Colorado River for Arizona, Nevada, and parts of Mexico will be reduced after the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, an agency of the Interior Department, issued a formal shortage declaration for the river for the first time. Scientists may say a combination of natural weather patterns and human-driven climate change is fueling the historic drought and dwindling water levels in Lake Mead and throughout the Colorado River system. This is important to us because some of our water does come from the Arkansas River through our Fry Arc rights, and that actually is kind of in that same basin. Even though it goes to the other side, it's still a real similar drought type situation. Okay, next slide, we have a wet year versus today. This just kind of shows us like 2019 was considered a really wet year. And the water demand in that year was 660 acre feet for the year. Our reservoir holds 710 acre feet, and an acre foot is an acre of water that's a foot deep. And the water in our reservoir may drop due to usage, evaporation, and large water main breaks. And water loss. So over about a 10-year period, we're right along the national average of between 20 and 35%. We're usually right around the 25 to 27%. 29 was our highest year for water loss, and that was in 2020. Yes, ma'am.
What's water loss mean?
That is unmetered water. So basically anything that we use for anything that's lost during flushing operations,
Water breaks.
unmetered water that parks watering. Our meters tend to go bad eventually, and those meters, when they stop working, they don't speed up. They stop collecting the data really. So that's water loss as well. There's a lot of different categories. We use some of the water up at the plant just for treating the water is considered lost water. So
Anything that's not actually billed?
yes, correct.
Okay, yeah. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the next one is our ordinance. Is number 1411. The first one, which we're going to be trying to go into right away, or I think we are going into right away, is level 1 restrictions, even numbered properties, water Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, odd number of properties, water Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday, a maximum of 2 hours per day from 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. or from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. And any watering beyond these times and stuff is subject to a $100 fine minimum. And then the next level would be level 2.
You don't have to read it all.
Huh?
You don't have to read it all.
Oh, I don't? Okay. So basically that's the same thing. It's just, it just cuts your watering back to 2 days a week, same time frame, and a higher fine. which is $250. Level 3 cuts you down to 1 day a week, which would be Tuesdays and Fridays, for even than odd, and a $500 fine. And then level 4 is just watering on the third Saturday of each month, and no filling of pools, no residential water taps accepted, and a $1,000 fine.
I have a question. The last time I saw this slide that you presented several months ago, many months ago, on the level 4, if I'm correct with the ordinance, that's no residential or commercial water taps. Is that correct? Or do at level 4 we still allow new commercial water taps?
So that's a very good question. So on level 4 only, we do not allow any water taps.
Okay, so the slide isn't correct.
No.
Okay, just confirming that. Thank you.
Okay, and then the next thing we have is what other cities are doing. It's quicker. Sorry, that's all right. Excuse me. Colorado Springs Utilities is always in water-wise restrictions, and they're already preparing to enact their level 1 water restrictions due to the drought as well. And other municipalities are approaching the summer with caution and are prepared to enact level 1 restrictions as well.
All right, next slide, WaterWise. A few months ago, the City Council approved WaterWise year-round, as many other cities, including Colorado Springs, have enacted. And basically that's you could water 3 days a week between certain hours, before 10 a.m. and after 6 p.m. with common sense things. If you have a leak, fix it. Don't let water just run on hard surfaces for it to evaporate. If you're not using it, turn it off, so on and so forth. So that's already been enacted, and that's a good thing. So also water conservation, what we're going to publicize, we already have, but we're going to do it again to the public, is the shower head exchange program. We're going to get some energy efficient, low flow shower heads that will help out with conservation of water and make those free to the public. Leak detection tablets, you get those tablets, you can put it in the tank of your toilet, and it'll tell if you have a loose flapper or a loose gasket if you see a certain color flowing down into your bowl all the time. And it makes a difference, actually. That I had a leaky shower, just to tell you, in my basement, and don't ask me why, but I didn't fix it right away. And a month bill was about a difference of $45 once I fixed it, just off of one leak. So, water conservation strategies in the park. Well, one thing Skylar is doing is he's conducting an audit of all the irrigation systems, replacing some outdated irrigation clocks and smart clocks, installing some rain sensors that will cut the sprinklers off once they detect rain. And also we're working on getting those metered. That way we'll have it as recorded or cost of water versus lost water. So there's several parts for that. So what we're mainly here for is obviously to get in front of the anticipated water shortage. It's probably worse this year than it ever has been in the past ever. Okay, just ever, let's just call it that. We want to make sure that we get in front of it before it becomes a severe problem. And we can, by getting in front of it and by putting water restrictions out there, we'll reduce our community's demand and we'll stretch our water supplies until we get back into a wet season. So our recommendation is for approval of staff to make the determination of water restrictions dependent on what the conditions are. And the reason we brought that forth is because, let's say, it's similar to the fire chief making a call of we're in a certain fire condition because of what the weather's doing. So let's say it's been dry like it was the other day. Yesterday, the wind was blowing quite hard and we had a giant dust storm everywhere, so it was very, very dry. Let's say that starts on a Friday. Saturday gets worse, conditions deteriorate. Sunday it gets worse. And then Monday we may be in a very serious condition where the water stops spilling from the reservoir. So it allows us to go ahead and get with the city administrator and give our recommendations for them to make a call I think you're right. Our water's not spilling. Our intake into the reservoir is down. Our output is down. We need to go ahead and go into water restrictions and what level that should be. And then when we do that, she would immediately advise council the decision we made to do that and give our rationale behind it just in case, so you'd know. So it's not really taking any ability for you to make the call out of your hands. It's just us getting ahead of it, making the call for a restriction, and then briefing you and give you our reasoning behind it. And then you might want to increase the restriction or you might want to decrease it. So,
Michelle?
What determines the restriction? Like, what would state when we go from, say, level 1 to level 2?
good question. So level 1 is when it stops spilling over the spillway. Restriction 1 is when it stops spilling. Restriction 2 is when the water level drops 1 foot. Restriction 3, I believe, is when it drops 2 feet, and so on and so forth.
Denise and then Nancy.
I want to make a couple of points of clarification. Regarding Ordinance 1411, I pulled it up. It is only residential taps. It does not read commercial. So we would not be able to stop commercial taps right now. It reads residential only. And I just want to make that clarification because per the ordinance. Now you can change that, but per that ordinance, that's how it reads. The other thing is the determination is a lot of things, right? We'll be looking at it constantly, and it will depend on how much evaporation has happened, what calls have come out from water rights. So those are some that we'll look at, but they're not absolute. So staff will be making those, looking at it, seeing, will Corral Springs allow conveyance to come over? There's a lot of things that go into that call. Those are just some possible things that we would look at as we look into different restrictions.
Great, thank you. Nancy?
Thank you. A couple questions. One is, it seems like up to 30% loss is a lot, even if that's on an average. What can we or what should we be doing to mitigate that loss?
I think we need to improve our infrastructure. So I would say the majority of our loss is from old infrastructure with leaking pipes. I mean, to me, that's probably the highest.
And we've got a capital improvement plan in place to do that. Does that capital improvement plan need to be accelerated, or I would just appreciate some,
Sure.
at some point, not necessarily tonight, but some staff analysis of that to get back to us.
Yes. Could we accelerate? If we had the money, we could accelerate it quite a bit. Problem is, we need a lot of it in order to do it. So what we do have in place is we are doing improvements every year on a certain section for sewer and water, and then paving those roads at the same time.
Right.
Recently, last year, we did Mountain View and part of Clarksley. And this year, we're doing Midland, the sewer and water there. So we're trying to improve it every year, just a matter of money.
And obviously, given that it's an enterprise fund, it's not as easy to quickly raise the funds for that. So I think there's a lot more to that question than, or to that answer than can be done tonight. And you said 660 acre feet is what we used, correct? And the reservoir is currently at 710 acre feet. So is 710 normal for this time of year? It's still spilling, so that's good news. But are we low? Are we getting close to that?
We're at 710 acre feet anytime we're spilling. That's basically where our maximum is.
Got
710
it. Okay, thank
acre
you.
feet.
So we can't do an assessment of, as long as it's spilling, I understand. Thank you. And then how are we on track this year for usage within the city? Given that the past 4 or 5 months have been incredibly dry, are we using more than normal?
I would say no, we're not using more than normal, but the concern always becomes the drier it gets, it's just as bad as using more than normal. I don't think our consumption rate, because if I look at the water that's coming into the reservoir and what's going out, it's been fairly steady, but that's because we had some precipitation recently. I think that it's going to drop what water we're going to have coming into the reservoir quite significantly. With that being said, I think that's a good reason to start the water restrictions. because I think usage will go up in the summertime when we talk about watering lawns and the visitors that we will have coming here.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor?
Thank you. Let's see, I'm not sure who was first, so I'll go with Judith and then Denise.
Thank you. So on the water loss table, does that also account for evaporation? Are you able to quantify that? And then I have a follow-up question.
That does not account for the evaporation rate, but evaporation is quantified, and I don't actually have that number on me right now, but the evaporation rate is, I think Ann could probably answer that question. I want to say somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 acre feet or something like that. Like I said, I can't remember the exact number right now.
But it's not factored into the table. That's
No, but we can research it and get you that answer.
And we're looking for a perfect answer.
Sure, be happy to. The evaporation is part of the accounting for the reservoir, and it's locked in based on like a 30-year average, so we don't start showing evaporation until April, and it starts at a fairly low rate. Through the summer, it ramps up. This month, it ramps up quite a bit. Over the year, it's about 30 acre feet in total.
okay, good to know. And also, a question about level 4 restrictions. Are you saying that in level 4 restrictions, the reservoir has gone down 4 feet? Is it, okay. Okay, so obviously, we have been in a global climate crisis pandemic for some time. That's not new. That's not news. And it's very frustrating that we as humans wait until it's so critical that we do something. So yes, I'm all for water restrictions. My fear is we're going to see an accelerated evaporation rate as it gets hotter, right? So we're going to see that. I would like to see that ordinance change, because if we're not accepting any new residential water taps, we shouldn't be accepting any brand new commercial taps that aren't already in the pipeline. And my other frustration, just mainly for those of you in the room, is, you know, Manitou has lost about 170 residents, I think, since our last survey. But our neighbor, Colorado Springs, is encouraging expansive, unfettered, rampant growth. And so, you know, that's what keeps me up at night is, you know, we can't have both. We have got to do something about this crisis that we're in, which is only going to get worse, but we also really have to, you know, make some hard decisions. So, you know, I just really, those are the frustrations I have, that, you know, here we are talking about water restrictions when we, you know, could have been talking about climate change, you know, 30, 40 years ago, but here we are. And so we have to do more, though. I mean, yes, we have to do this, and I trust that the water, you know, when we need to impose water restrictions. My last question is, if we have people that are renting, if we, you know, like you mentioned your leak, you know, and it took you a while to fix it. If we have a resident who's renting and they have a leak and they contact their landlord and it's not fixed, do they have any recourse to you, the city, to come to you to say, you know, my water bill is crazy and this leak isn't getting fixed? That's a concern that I have about our renters in town. So, and that's all I
don't know the answer to that one. That would be more of a Becca Davis question. So I don't have any idea on that one.
I can answer that. That's a civil case, and we don't get involved with civil cases, so they would go to their landlord, and then they would be able to take it from there. So that's a civil case.
So if I could, I would like to finish my thought I had earlier when I was talking about the certain levels, and I was answering Michelle's question. Her question was what determines the levels. So I was just going by what the ordinance says now. But our new resolution that we've put up is that we will go into restrictions if the staff recommends it. And that's what I was getting to. And to answer Judith's question earlier about level 4, about residential taps, what I was going to say is that we also want to include commercial taps and rewrite it and then present it to the city council for consent. Okay, thank you.
Very good, thank you. Denise, did you have something else you wanted to say?
Just a couple of things that Nancy talked about, and you're right, I think the water loss is pretty high and we need to look at that. But as they mentioned, our parks is unmetered. There's a lot of things that we are looking at to meter and to start getting a better handle on what is really water loss. A couple of years ago, when the one on Ruxton broke, that was a huge water loss, and we hope not to have that very often, because that really impacted the whole year's water loss report on that one. The little ones are bad, but the big ones are really bad, and they're substantial as we continue to work through it. But we're trying to look at different things so that we have everything metered so we can get an accurate report, because right now we don't have accurate information of what is true water loss and what is true metered.
Great. Thank you. Nancy?
Yeah, and I've brought this up a couple times before, but I might be being addressed by Skylar, but if we charge ourselves, if the city charges itself for water, that would be increased revenue for the enterprise fund.
Jeff, do you remember the amount? I know we had Becca look at that. I think it was like $50,000 a year, if I remember correctly, something like that for the city. And I'm pulling a number out, which is never good, from memory, because my memory's not, but I believe it was about $50,000 for a city if we paid for all of our water usage to the enterprise. I thought it was $50,000.
I can't remember, and I hate to do public math, so I'm going to refer that one to Becca as well, because I'll get it wrong, I'm sure.
Good, thank you. Julie?
Thank you. Ann, you'd know the answer to this. There's one little place, I think there's one area that we are still legally authorized to remove water from the creek to water the park. Where, am I correct? Is there just one, and where is that?
And I think actually Jeff and Russ know, I believe it's Memorial Park and Shriver.
Those two?
That's correct. You can draw water in those two locations to water the park. The problem is that when we were doing that before, there was a massive silt and filter problem that wouldn't allow us to draw enough water up through the pumps, and they were burning up on a rapid rate. So even with the creek running, it still has a lot of silt in it, and it gets trapped in the diaphragm that's in the pump, and then it stops watering, and then we have a problem of grass dying in the park, which is a whole nother issue. So by placing it on city water, does it cost more? Of course, but it keeps your parks looking the way that people expect them to.
So I thought we were told recently that there's a new design out there that might be able to address that, and that was something the city was going to be looking into. Is that
That's correct? Skylar's looking into that as he runs the parks now, and he's looking into a better system that's more reliable, that will use less water, and it's more cost efficient.
I'd like to know when we can get that information, because it sounds like Skylar has an awful lot on his plate. I don't want to wait 2 years. Do you have some idea when we might be able to get information about that, especially since it may positively impact, it may help us with the water problems coming up?
I can sit down with Skylar and we can discuss when we can get that, and we can get that to you.
Can we also have that revised ordinance to us next meeting so that we can just add the word commercial for the taps?
We can try to get it done. We're going to have to upload it, and I think we can make that happen by
That's
next
easy.
week. Okay.
I think it's just basically,
And I would go back and ask all of council, because I just want to make sure that we have the majority of that's what council wants, so that we can direct that accordingly.
Well, yeah, I was going to ask, just to kind of take the temperature of council here. First, I think if anybody has any questions or comments, this would be good, and then I'd like to go around and see where we stand with this. Natalie?
I'm just wondering if we need to look at this becoming, as a policy as opposed to, what are we doing?
A resolution.
A resolution.
Why?
Well, just that, does this come before us every time to say that staff has the authority to make decisions as they can move faster than we can when it comes to water? Or is this something that you think each council ongoing would want to weigh in on? That's all.
I think once the resolution's in place, it stays essentially as a policy, as a protocol until it gets changed. So it seems like, we take care of it, and if there are no problems and it seems to work, we leave it alone. That'd be my take. Other questions or comments? Okay, it seems like the sentiment in general is that the council is supportive of the recommendation to adopt Resolution 1122. Any discussion on that?
I'm sorry,
Julie, go ahead.
I just thought of something. I don't see any connection between Resolution 2122 and the slides that we just saw.
What we were doing, oh, I'm sorry, Mayor, may I?
No, you go ahead.
Sorry. We were just trying to give you a quick update of the water situation and where we are and what it looks like to go into restrictions. And then the resolution was to say, do you give staff permission to move forward when we need to go into restrictions? So it was mainly the background information, and then ask how you want us to pursue with the resolution.
And maybe what I'm remembering is a different ordinance or resolution that's already been passed, but I recall in past summers there were all these details about you can water with your handheld hose with some kind of a stoppage thing where it'll automatically turn off, and that was an exemption from the requirement that you can otherwise only water on specific days. Is that, whatever it is, resolution or ordinance still in place, or is that being modified?
That's part, if you read the ordinance, and we can add the ordinance next time so you can read it, but it says restrictions on washing sidewalks, restrictions on washing motor vehicles. That's all part of the ordinance, so it's pretty detailed of what can happen through each of those, and we can add that.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, I recall that it said there was a distinction between turning on your sprinkler system and holding your hose. Does that restriction, does that exist somewhere, and if so, where is it? What is it?
That's in the ordinance, and so we'll add that, because for instance, it says level 1, level 2, level 3 restricted water use is permitted only with a hose equipped with a shutoff valve, etc. So we can add that next week, so you can read the entire ordinance and see what that entails.
Thank you.
If I remember correctly, there's criteria for each level of water restriction. So, yeah, there's a point where I think it gets down to where there's no watering at all. But
At a certain point,
certainly
yeah. I just
having the
didn't see
details,
that detail in here, so I wanted to make sure that
Yeah.
if staff is going to go ahead and impose these restrictions prior to a council meeting because of some emergency, I want at least the public to be clear on what the rules are, and I want that to be available on the website. So that's where I was asking, because I didn't see it in our packet.
Okay. Yeah, and we're focused right now on the resolution. Denise?
I just want to make clarification. We are not asking this in case of an emergency. We're asking this just so we can make decisions as it moves forward, right? If you want us to wait every 2 weeks to bring this, we definitely can every time there's a restriction, but it allows us to act more quickly as we go forward. We hope there's not an emergency with water. That's our hope, but that we can be more planful and make those decisions based on the expertise of the staff accordingly, and then keep council informed.
Is that how Colorado Springs does it?
I believe they have something like that. I would defer to Jeff or to Denise.
Do they have staff make that call and then
I'm
tell
not sure of
council
that
about
answer.
it later?
I'm not sure of that, to be honest with you. I know they're pretty forward-leaning with things. They want to get in front of it, but I can get that answer for you, too, if that's how they do it. But I think each city is a little unique to its own self because it has a different, topography with it. I would recommend, the only reason we're recommending this is so we don't get into an emergency situation.
Well, if we meet every Tuesday of the year practically, so I just assumed it would be an emergency if it was something you couldn't just bring up the next Tuesday. Apparently I misunderstood.
That would be something the council has to decide.
Yeah, well, I would think, for instance, about roughly a year ago, it was in the wintertime, there was a bad water main break on Midland, and the water spilled. There was a river running down Midland and also one cascading down onto Ruxton, about the 100 block of Ruxton, and it did a lot of, damage. It displaced a lot of gravel and so forth. If we had to have a city council meeting to respond to a condition like that where we lost a lot of water, I think we could potentially be at a disadvantage when we're so constrained with water.
Well, that's why I thought that staff would be making a recommendation. Staff would be going ahead and making a decision without consulting with council first if there was an emergency. What you just described probably would pretty easily fall within the emergency situation. It sounds like they just want discretion to go ahead and make changes without an emergency and without council weighing in on it first.
I guess it's kind of how you define an emergency. It's better to avoid emergencies than to get into them. So I think this gives staff the discretion to handle our resources wisely. And you can imagine any number of scenarios where, because of a number of issues, something that would not be typically a risky piece of business becomes, urgent, with the fire danger, the drought. I mean, that all exacerbates our situation. If we lost a little water in a wet year, we wouldn't worry too much. But now I think it's critical. We need to be very careful. With that, I'd like to get a read from council. The recommendation is to adopt the resolution, which basically gives staff the discretion to handle the water restriction levels. Can we just go around the table? And Julie, how do you feel?
I would vote no.
Okay, Natalie?
I would vote yes.
Okay, and let me point out, we're not really voting. We're just trying to get a sense of temperature here. John? Okay, so John passes for now. I would be in favor of adopting the resolution next week. Nancy?
Yeah, I support the resolution on the issue of adding commercial taps to the ordinance. I would like to hear the pros and cons at a next meeting for doing that or not doing that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Judith?
I'm undecided at this point, but I will say one thing, and I think that this is an emergency. I think if we have an opportunity to take water from Fountain Creek that is all otherwise flowing right into Colorado Springs, and we can get equipment to do that, to me that's emergent. I would put that such on a top priority that I would put that right as number one on Skylar's list, because otherwise that water's lost to us. So I'm undecided at this point.
Okay, Michelle?
I'm with Nancy. I would like to hear about the commercial too, next Tuesday, please.
Okay, it seems like we have a slight majority in favor of doing the resolution as presented. Michelle didn't say she supported the resolution or not. She said she supported you. And you would... Yeah, okay, so how do you feel about the resolution?
I support the resolution.
Okay, that was my interpretation. Okay. For those of you who voted no, do you have concerns that we could address before we bring this back?
I think they've been addressed. My concern is that I'm not comfortable delegating all that much to staff when in a non-emergency situation when we're here and we're available every Tuesday. So if staff feel there's no emergency, I'd prefer that they bring their concerns to us and that we have a discussion about it. That's my concern. I'm also uncomfortable, although I know it's a different issue, having the commercial taps continue to be provided at a time of dire emergency with our water. I also agree that it's very urgent that we find out what is the cost of the device that will allow us to take water out of Fountain Creek without all the gunk getting clogged up.
Okay, well, I think we've got several separate things there. I think we can work them independently of one another. So staff, if you could continue to look into the extracting water for use in the parks, that would be a good thing. Reworking the ordinance so that we handle commercial taps along with residential taps, that's another piece of business. And then we come back to the original work at hand is in the resolution. So I guess it seems to me like we've got a majority leaning towards the resolution. We can bring it to council next week and continue from there. But certainly if there are other things that we can do, to kind of make this a little more appealing to reduce the hesitancy, I mean, this would be a good time to discuss it. But I don't know that there's...
Well, if if staff felt there was an emergency, I don't think my mic is really working well. If staff feels there's an emergency and they want to make an immediate decision prior to the regularly scheduled council meeting or council work session, I'd be comfortable. But it's not worded that way, obviously. That's my concern.
Okay, thank you. Let me go around. And John, have you given any more thought, or do you want to hold off?
I have a question. Do we know how much water up there at Hurricane Canyon that we spill on a daily basis that we don't pick up? Is that metered?
My understanding is that the flumes measure what's released from the outlet gate and what's spilling. So it is measured.
It is measured, so we know what that is.
Yes.
Okay. So do we know what that amount is?
Currently?
Like this week or this month or just recently?
The last figure I saw going in at the flume above the intake to the raw water pipeline was just at 2 CFS, cubic feet per second. Just in terms of context, and maybe this is helpful or maybe it's not, in a springtime like we're in right now, what we would typically be seeing as inflow into Manitou Reservoir could be as high as 10, 12 cubic feet per second. It's currently about 1.4. So there is a hugely diminished flow in French Creek. Again, this may not interest you at all, but one of the things that I watch every day and that is indicative of how dry it is and how little water there is in the streams locally, Fountain Creek is currently on what's called a call when there's not enough water to meet the demands of all of the users on Fountain Creek. And the call currently is an 1863 call. Our very senior water right on French Creek is an 1861 water right. I have never seen an 1863 call on Fountain Creek in May. So I think could it be called an emergency? It's certainly unprecedentedly dry. And
Can you explain that a little more? What's a call? I don't know what that is.
Again, the water commissioner has to operate Fountain Creek with all of the water rights that exist up and down Fountain Creek, and they all have different levels of seniority. Again, our water right on French Creek at 1861 is one of the most senior water rights on Fountain Creek in the basin. When there's not sufficient water, when ditches start calling for water along Fountain Creek, and there's not sufficient water to meet their demand, the water commissioner starts going more senior on the call. So anyone, for example, right now, that has a water right that's 1864 or 1865, which is very, very senior, isn't getting any water because the call date is 1863. So it's just, I think, indicative of the situation we're in right now, which is pretty much unprecedented.
And Ann, do you have any idea how much water we would save if we stop using the treated water for the two parks, Shriver and Memorial?
Sorry, no, I do not.
No idea? Mm-mm. Would you agree that it would be a significant impact if we could avoid using that treated water for those two parks, or do you think it's just de minimis?
It's an impact. I mean, our water right that we were able to move to Memorial Park and Shriver Park was a very small water right, like 0.09 CFS. So it's not a lot of water. I don't know, Jeff could find out or Russ could find out how much we used to report, because that gets reported to the water commissioner. But it's a relatively small amount of water.
Thank you.
Thank you. Judith?
So I want to explain why I'm likely to vote no at this point. I absolutely have full trust that if there's an emergency, you should obviously be given full rein to handle that. But I think if it's not, quote, an emergency, it's not so much that we're going to restrict water, but what is it going to look like? What are we going to do? Are we going to stop watering the parks? I mean, and I believe that I really feel that council needs to weigh in on those decisions about what is that going to look like. And so it's not that I don't trust you to know what you're doing. I just think that that I would want to be part of that conversation. Thank you.
I guess my feeling is we are in an emergency. Everybody on council who took Colorado history in 5th grade, raise your hand. Okay, one of the stories we have in Colorado history is that more settlers died from the blow of an irrigation shovel than from a 6-shooter. That's how important water is in Colorado. I've kind of jokingly said that someday a gallon of water in Colorado is going to cost more than a gallon of 12-year-old scotch. I think we're in an emergency now. I think staff needs to monitor this. I would say that we are bleeding, and we're not bleeding blood, we're bleeding water, and we better patch it up when we need to. If it gets worse, I don't see that it's responsible for us to take the time to come in on a Tuesday and look at how much water we lost in the meantime. So I feel pretty strongly about this. I understand other members of council do not. I would like to bring this to, I'd like to bring the resolution as written in for consideration next week. I'll go around the table again. If there's strong opposition, we can reconsider, but I really feel it's time we need to jump on it on this. Julie?
I've already said my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Okay. John?
I'd have a problem bringing the resolution.
Okay, you'd be okay with the resolution? Nancy? Judith, you're okay. Okay. Okay, so I think where we're at, we'll bring the resolution. We'll have it on the agenda for next week, and we'll pick up again. Denise?
I just want to make sure we're all on the same page for clarification. So you also want us to bring an ordinance about the commercial tap fees, is that correct, as we move forward? Just so that we have to get that done and uploaded, so I need to know if that's the direction that you want, is you want commercial tap fees to be part of the level 4?
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
I think Nancy and then Julie.
Sorry.
Sorry, is it tough?
I don't need that ordinance next week. I would rather have the analysis before you go through the effort of writing up a new ordinance, but that's me.
Okay. I just need direction from the majority of council.
Okay, Julie?
I'd like to see it as soon as possible, but I'd also like to see simultaneously response to Nancy's request for information. But if we're having an emergency, I see no reason to issue a new water tap to a commercial entity. So I'd like to see both ASAP.
Judith?
And it's my understanding that the other direction that we gave was to take a look to prioritize the removing water from Fountain Creek to Water Memorial and Schreiber Park.
Yeah, I have that. I'm trying to go through one thing at a time so I can make sure I have each one. So the first one is the ordinance. And do you guys want me to bring that? So I need to know from the majority of council, Mayor, what direction do you want us? Give me direction, please.
Right, okay. I think the sentiment of council around the table here is that we want to include the commercial taps with the same restriction we'd have on residential. Julie, you're on board with that, Julie? Yes. You're agreed? Natalie, John?
I'd also like information. I don't have enough information to add that at this moment.
I'm sorry, say again.
I would like information as well on, the impact, and, I don't know.
Okay, but in general, relative to the ordinance, or do you want to include commercial taps along with residential taps on the restriction? You're not clear. Okay, you want more data. John?
Yes, I'd like to see that.
Okay, you'd like to see that?
I made my position. I need the pros and cons before I'm willing to make a decision on an ordinance.
Judith?
Yes, I would like to see commercial taps on it. Thank you.
Michelle?
I would like some more information, please, before commercial goes into the ordinance.
May I ask a
Yeah, go ahead, Julie.
clarification question, Mayor?
Yeah.
I think we're answering two different questions as we've gone around the table. I didn't think you were asking us to make a commitment to vote yes on adding commercial taps. I thought you were just asking if we would like to see the ordinance with those two words "and commercial" at the same time that we're given the data. I didn't think we're being asked how we're going to vote ultimately after we view the data.
Okay.
But I think we were all kind of answering different questions from the way I'm hearing it.
Okay, maybe that's the case, and I certainly didn't mean to ask people how they intended to vote a week or 2 weeks from now. And certainly I don't think that'd be appropriate for a work session. Okay, so let me, so I think we have an interest in seeing an ordinance with the addition of "and commercial" to residential so that we have that restriction. I think that's one question as I understand it then. And then there's the other issue of wanting data behind it. What would the consequences be if we were to adopt that ordinance? So, again, two questions there, I guess. And Let me just ask the first question, go around the table, and we'll come back and do the second. Well, I hope, okay. All right. Well, okay, let's see. Who needs more information before we reconsider the ordinance?
Well, what I'm trying to say, Mayor, is that if we were given the information in the same meeting, which is how usually things happen here, we're given a packet, we're given all the data, we're given a proposed ordinance, we discuss it, we debate it, and we vote. We don't usually say, here's the packet, here's the data, and we'll come back next month or next season with the ordinance. So I'm simply asking that we see the potential impact data and the ordinance simultaneously. The way Michelle and Nancy answered your question, it sounded like they felt they were being asked to make a commitment on whether to add commercial taps, because they both said, well, I don't know if I want that or not until I see the data. So I'm simply suggesting that we see both pieces of information in the same meeting.
Okay. All right, Nancy.
And that's a good distinction, thank you. I guess part of my concern in the way I answered I did was because the packet is due tomorrow, and to put together the analysis, and even if it's just 2 words, in less than 24 hours, is it necessary? Or could we come back in 2 weeks with it, or 3 weeks or something?
As a practical matter, it seems to me like probably there aren't any commercial taps pending right now, Denise, so it's sort of a moot point. We've got a little time. We don't have to, I don't see any great consequence either way of taking another week or 2.
Yeah, that I'm aware of, I don't have any commercial taps coming down in the next quick moment. And that's what I would ask, is if you guys want this by next week, I'll have the ordinance there, but we're not going to have our PowerPoint and everything ready. And we'll try to get it for you by Tuesday, but I won't have it in the packet.
Would it make more sense to defer this till June the 7th, be the first business meeting and regular meeting in June?
If council approves, that would be great.
Council, would there be any objection to expecting to do this on June the 7th? That sound okay? I mean, again, I don't think we have any commercial
Yeah,
taps.
since Denise doesn't anticipate any new applications, I suppose we can just hold our breath and hope that that's correct. If there were any that were in the works, like you said, I would assume those are going to have to be approved because they're already in the works. But yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. In that case, if council has no objection, I would suggest that we ask to see the modifications to the water ordinance and the supporting data for our June 7th meeting. And then next week we'll go ahead and we'll bring up ordinance 11 or resolution 1122. Any objection? Judith, you have yeah.
Would it be possible to have the information on the June 7th meeting on the devices for watering Memorial and Shriver? Would that be doable?
It should be, and I will ask Skylar tomorrow and see where we are with that, and even maybe send an email out just for an update. So let me see what I can find out on that, and maybe even in the weekly report, Skylar could provide an update on that.
Okay, great, thank you. I think we've covered this sufficiently. Staff, Jeff and Russ, do you have any questions for us? Are you good? Okay.
I understand everything. You're going to look at the resolution next week. And then on the June 7th, we'll bring the new ordinance in that includes and commercial for level 4, as well as have Sky look at the new devices for watering out of the creek, if that's right.
Okay, great. Thank you. Great. Jeff, Russ, Ann, thank you very much. Okay. All right. Okay, we move on to our second item. That's emergency medical transport. It's a presentation discussion from our fire department.
Mayor, I'd like to introduce this, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Please do so.
So a couple of weeks ago, the chief, both chiefs came to me and talked about their concerns. regarding emergency transport. And I said, let's go to council and let them be aware of the concerns and provide direction of how to move forward. You're getting a lot of information tonight with a lot of options. So tonight is more of an introduction, kind of let you guys think about it. It's a work session, ask a lot of questions, and I think it will probably be something that you'll want to discuss at the June 12th budget meeting as we move forward. So just know that tonight they're giving you lots of options and lots of ideas, and then I assume that this will be a June 12th budget discussion item. With that, I'll turn it over to them.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, boss. My name is Keith Buckmiller. I've been a paramedic for 32 years, been in Manitou Springs for 30, and I wanted to talk to you about an ambulance feasibility study. And I want to start by giving you a kind of a history of where we've been. You want to run this, John? Sure. I want to start by where we've been, how we've got to where we are. In 1976, we had 2 ambulance providers. The slides will be busy. This is a big elephant. I'll try to go slowly and make sure that I don't miss any points that are going to be really important later on. But in 1976, we had 2 ambulance companies, E&E and Mountain States. Then we went to A1 and Mountain States. Then we had A1 and Professional Paramedics. Then Professional Paramedics was bought by St. Francis, and St. Francis was then bought by A1, and then A1 was then bought by AMR. I want to demonstrate that there's been a lot of volatility with our ambulance providers. We've had a lot of companies come in, a lot of companies go out, and throughout, the person that ends up paying the brunt end of that is the patient. And right now, I want to tell you that the history of the ESA, which is the part that we kind of try to get our arms around, started in 1994. What started with Commissioner Sally Clark, the Fire Chief Navarro. We had a city council member that's name eludes me, but we had city council, county commissioners, Memorial Hospital, Penrose, Maine, the fire chief. We had 5 people that were going to try to kind of correct and kind of corral the ambulance provision in El Paso County. What came out of that was a mandate where they just looked at just one, and that one ambulance provider turned out to be AMR. AMR then went to contract. In 1995, we established a contract which was county and citywide, and through that we had rates identified, we had time zones identified, we had scope of care identified, we had transport times identified. And through that then, we were able to help govern the care that was being given to the public with public people dealing with a private contractor. In 2015, Colorado Springs elected to step away from that agreement and start their own. Colorado Springs has always been the lion's portion of transport in El Paso County, and through that they were finding that they were not having their needs met on a county level, and so they stepped away. When they stepped away, our Fire Chief John Forsett got involved with the agreement with Fountain, Colorado, and El Paso County, and they started their own emergency services authority. So essentially we have 2 now. We have Colorado Springs and we have El Paso County. From the El Paso County one, I want you to see that as the contractor provision to us, I'm sorry, the time, you can't see the time, it's in back, you, Julie, I apologize for that. But the times, as you can see, I want you to point out that the average for 2017 through the year, and you can look at 2013, that's just this portion of the year alone. And what I really want to emphasize is at that time, although statistics don't lie, the statisticians do, but through that, then I want you to know that our time frames are getting larger. The number that we're calling out is making that number look almost attractive. 3 weeks ago, we waited 40 minutes for a stroke patient to be transported to a hospital. We ended up actually getting an ambulance from UPass, so Teller County brought it down. And that's where the intuitive part of my world comes in, and the fire department's observations of where the system is going, and it's not going in the correct direction. Okay, John. Presently, AMR is the sole provider for Colorado Springs, as well as, through a separate contract, Hanover, Palmer Lake, Crystal Park, Ellicott, Cascade, and Manitou Springs. 96% of the calls in the county outside of Colorado Springs are being handled by their own fire protection districts or their municipalities. So only 4% of the transports in El Paso County, which include those cities that I just named off, or those municipalities that I just named off, or those fire protection districts that I just named off, are being handled by AMR. So we are a very low priority for the contractor right now. In addition, those other agencies that do have transport and taking care of their own transport, that 96%, many times are being called into the city to cover Colorado Springs' patient demand. And what that tells me is AMR is not keeping up. AMR is losing ground, and the system is getting to what I'm calling a trigger point, a tipping point. And that tipping point is that right now, we're looking at 13 minutes just for the first quarter of this year. And as far as the fire department is concerned, we're coming to you, the policymakers, to kind of give you an idea of where we're going, so it's not going to be a surprise later on. But from our information, we are wanting to start an ambulance service out of Manitou Springs. By starting that ambulance service out of Colorado Springs, I'll be asking for 2 people per day and an ambulance. If we're given those 2 things, those 2 groupings of things, we can start providing ambulance service for Manitou Springs and get our response times to where they're more applicable to a good outcome and a good patient care. You can look at the numbers there, and with ambulance at $260,000, they're very expensive because they're rough built, and there's a lot of internal equipment that gets housed inside, like our home O2s and things like that. But if you look at the number, the lease purchase number, that's really not so much a lease purchase number, but that's just a number that we have kind of earmarked for what it's going to cost per year to keep ambulances moving and keep ambulances updated and keep ambulances refreshed and replaced. So from that, then, I talked about our startup stuff. And on the slide, you want to go backwards the slide? So the slide before, you look at the equipment with the asterisks, is $73,000. $73,000 is for those process and those pieces of equipment, which only account to $50,000. There's another $23,000, which is intangible and perishable things, 4x4s, Curlex, IV bags, salines, things like that that we need for our patient care. But those are the big ticket items that we're going to need to have addressed in that ambulance in order for that to hit the streets and be able to be functional. The ongoing cost for the ambulance, we're guessing to be about $71,000. We're hoping that with our new ambulance, we wouldn't have a lot of maintenance, which is the first fee of $5,000. We think that we're going to be able to offset that with just driving the ambulance and using its maintenance and its warranty that comes with it. But some of those other costs are costs we can't get away from, like our new increased CIRSA liabilities and insurance. The personnel are not so expensive, when you put them all together, that kind of makes a big ticket item. $67,000 for a paramedic with $26,000 worth of benefits. They'll look at the $1,000 uniform and dressing allowance. The EMT basic is $57,000 with $24,000 in benefits. And then when you add them both up together times the 3 people per each rank, it's $534,000. That's going to be an ongoing cost. That's going to be a cost that's be going on and on and on. And that's why we want to make sure that this is a sustainable process, that if we get bills or we don't get bills, if bills get paid or don't get paid, that we as the citizens and we the city can all come together and decide that we're going to have an ambulance, and this ambulance is going to be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you look at the vehicle lease purchase or a maintenance cost, to be able to earmark that money, so in 5 years we'll be able to provide another ambulance, and the maintenance, the personnel, the ticket number I'm looking at is $685,000. Go ahead, Julie.
Does the, what was it, 80 grand for the vehicle, is that estimated annually?
Yes. That would
In
be
perpetuity, that's not just like for the first 5 years or something, that's just always about 80 grand?
Yes, it's 80 grand, which will be a replacement cost every 5 years, but if the ambulance is still able to function, we will not have to have that cost, and that cost can be returned back, which is going to be kind of a tricky scenario we're going to be getting to here in a minute. Okay, John. So, with the ambulance operates, the city of Manitou Springs, we have a $12 million plus budget for everything, for Jeff's shop, for auto shop, for everyone's shop, it all comes out to $12 million. Of that, $865,000 is collected through the mill levy. Of that mill levy, it's your property tax, and so that would be something that becomes like an investment of the public, the citizens, into the ambulance service. And I'll explain it to you this way. If we were to be able to collect the money from the mill, which at this present time comes out to about $8 million, that would give us the amount of money that we would need to operate continuously without one payment of insurance or one payment of billing. Am I making that part okay? You all got clear so far? Okay. So with any kind of payment, it would directly offset the amount of money that we'd be charging on the mill, which then could be refunded. And I'm going to say it again because I think it's really important. I suspect that our mill levy will only be taxed to the tune of about 2 mils, because I think that the offset of the amount of money that's billed to insurance companies will take care of the other 6. Am I following that okay? You all,
Okay,
go ahead, Julie.
Go ahead, Julie, and then.
So you're proposing that there would be a mill levy in order to fund this?
Yes.
And that already takes into account the estimated reimbursement we'll get from the insurance for the patients who have insurance who actually reimburse?
That makes it a yes and a no answer now. The yes answer is yes, I want the mill to sustain us. I don't want to count on billing. I don't want to have it so I can't afford to keep an ambulance running out the door. So it would be billed and funded completely through the mill. Any offset we get from monies that are collected would be back then returned and refunded to the mill levy people with a temporary payback, like we get with our taxes and our tabers. Very much the same. I suspect that we'll probably be collecting in the tune of, you've got it in your packet, I expect that you'll be pulling back 4 mils worth of income from insurance companies and payouts. We did not want to tax a sales tax to do this because I did not want our businesses to be hampered by another tax on top of the 3.9. I'll reiterate, or I'll start to say that AMR used to have a subscription service where you paid $240, and if you got hurt during that year, you'd get a free transport to the hospital. The fallacy in that was that they would still be billing your insurance company, you just would not pay your deductible. Essentially, you're paying your deductible up front. In this scenario, I think that the public would be part ownership of the ambulance service because it would belong to Manitou Springs, and they would be fronting it with their money. And when money came in that was surplus of what we needed, that money could be pushed back to the mill levy payers. Is that understandable? Okay.
Do you want to talk a little bit about if you're a resident and not a resident, how that works, just so?
Okay. How we would propose this going forward as part of a enticement or kind of a benefit of being one of the mill payers is if you were to be transported, we would only bill your insurance company for your insurance company payout, and the rest would be forgiven. And that would be part of your benefit of living and paying mill to this great city of Manitou Springs. Does that answer your question? Versus a tourist? Oh, versus the tourist. So if a tourist were to fall out or a tourist were to be involved, we would bill them their full amount, and the rest of it that was not covered by the insurance company would be collectible from them as their deductible. Like when you go to your doctor and they say you got a 15% deductible or $40 deductible, for a citizen that would be forgiven, for the tourist it would not.
Resident versus non-resident. Yeah.
Yes. Well, yes. How you're going to define that is, okay, yes.
Mill payer versus non.
And what I want to elaborate on in terms of the mill is if you live in a $300,000 house, the first thing that happens to the value of your house is it gets multiplied by a factor of 0.695%, which then gives you your assessed value of what you pay taxes on. You don't pay tax on your full $300,000, you pay taxes on your $38,000, which is that calculation. So that's how the mill works. So the mill, presently, 1 mill equals $81,000, $81,399. So presently, the city of Manitou Springs has a 12.999 mill, which equates to the amount of money of the $865,000 that it gets drawn into our budget. You all got that part? Okay. Yes, Julie, go ahead.
Would you be able to give us, not necessarily this evening, but an example of what that would cost a homeowner depending on the fair market value of their home? That was really helpful to us, I think, when the school had their mill levy and the budget, we were able to see how much that would impact a homeowner with a $300,000 home or a $400,000 home. Could you help us with that, or is that already in here somewhere?
It's right in back of you.
Oh,
Okay. So to demonstrate the process, a market value of $300,000 times the 6.95% equals $20,850 assessed value. That figure's then multiplied by the tax mill levy, which in Manitou Springs is 12.999. And when you multiply this all out, the impact on the homeowner would be $271 for a $300,000 home. Each mill, again, generates $81,000 for the city of Manitou Springs. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So one of the things I want to also talk about, though, is that the businesses.
I think, Judith, did you have a question?
Oh, thank you so much. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. Are we talking about one ambulance or two ambulances with 3 paramedics and 3 EMTs?
Thank you for asking that question. It's pretty intuitive of you. We've been talking to your husband?
Yes.
Okay, so, we would need to have 2 ambulances total, but we'd only be staffing 1 ambulance with 2 people. How we work presently is we have 1 paramedic and 1 basic on the rig. They would still respond to the emergencies. If the patient needed to be transported, the ambulance with those 2 people would take them to the hospital. Now I still have 1 paramedic and 1 EMT basic still left back behind, but I need a rig to throw the patients on. That would be the second ambulance. It could be a used ambulance, it could be one that we rent, it could be a Ryder truck. It could be any combination of that, but we'd have to have 2 rigs for our back-to-backs because we frequently have calls back-to-back where 2 ambulances are needed at any particular time. Go ahead, John. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to share. 2 things would happen with that. He's exactly right on that point in the fact that currently right now our statistics show that we run approximately 18% of our calls back to back. So that would be first the relative concern. In addition to that, though, there would be no doubt that we would have some type of MOUs with the agencies around us to also deal with those 3rd and 4th calls. Thanks.
That was my other question. Thank you.
Okay. Keith, I don't mean to be dense, but I guess, are you proposing an increase in the mill levy or like a special district for ambulances? Because when I look at the slide, I'm looking at the total, the current city mill levy as I understand it. Could you explain that a bit?
Yes, actually the proposal would be to have a sliding scale of a mill levy. 5 to 10%. I had a conversation with our finance in Becca, and we talked about in 2009, our mill increase or our mill generation was only $69,000 per mill. At 10, we would still be able to sustain our ambulance service. So I'm looking at worst case scenario 2009 would give us still the amount if we had the ability to adjust our mill. Cimarron Hills across town just passed their ambulance in their board review, and they're putting an ambulance on the streets next month, and in doing that they've got a sliding ability in their mill to be able to collect one way or another so they can adjust it. We're not in this for a profit, and the difference there is if we're in a service to provide transport with the intent of making a profit, somebody's going to have to pay. We're trying to put ourselves into a position where we provide transport, where we break even. We just want to be able to make it so that we can give the citizens the service delivered that they need. When you get into a process like is presently existing, where you're into making a profit, you start to produce a model that makes you more profitable. And in that model, at 4 o'clock in the morning, we could have a very limited amount of ambulances on the street because historically we don't have a lot of calls at between 3 in the morning and 6 in the morning. And so if that Ramblin' Express bus gets a flat and doesn't roll in the ditch until 4 o'clock in the morning, we might have a very limited amount of ambulances to throw at that event. So in our proposal, we would have staffing of 1 ambulance 24 hours a day with the ability to throw a second one in, and then like Chief Forsett talked about, bringing in mutual aids on those really rare occurrences. Does that answer your question, Mayor?
Yes, that was very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. So then
Excuse me, Keith, Nancy.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't think it was in there. How much are we currently, how is AMR currently reimbursed and to what amount?
AMR is currently reimbursed by the transports that they initiate.
And is that insurance-based or is that city-based?
That is from individual insurances, not city.
So it's totally reimbursed through
Right.
insurance. And what if so when someone doesn't have insurance, how is that?
They work the
accounted
system
for?
same way as do the hospitals. The care will be provided, and then billing will take place, and then collections will take place, and sometimes write-offs take place, and sometimes payment plans take place, and they try to get creative because that is their market, and that's what sustains them. But most of the money goes back to the shareholders in Boston.
Mr. Shada?
I have a question for you. So how soon do you want to put this in place?
3 weeks ago?
He actually tried to propose it about 12 years ago.
Oh, hold on, it's my turn. So you'd like it immediately. How quickly, if just magically right now we approved it, how quickly could you have the service in place?
2 months.
I don't know that it'd be that fast, but certainly.
We could have great headway in 2 months. If we did it conservatively and smart, we would start in January 1. Right now, the system is not broken. We're moving toward a breaking point. We're moving toward a snap. I haven't got a crystal ball, but I know that Colorado Springs at any time could posture up and become their own transport. And if AMR loses 100% of Colorado Springs, I don't think that they're really going to care about 4% of the county.
So in a safe scenario, could we be up and running in 90 days? I mean,
they get rigs in California, they got rigs in Texas. Yeah, Brandon, we get used.
I know you said safe is the first of the year, but I'm just asking, it seemed like to me you gave me a number like maybe a few months. I'm asking like 90 days or whatever.
I think 90 days we would be patchwork, but we can get our patient to the hospital. I guess if you really look at it from that standpoint, if we had our own ambulance and our own ability to take care of the back end of it, the reimbursement part, which is really the part that I'm really trying to help or get help from you to do, is to get the citizens to help me with this and then pay the citizens back. But worst case scenario, I could throw somebody in the back of our fire truck and take them to a hospital. It's just not the safest way because we're not secured in place. And I think the chief has something to say.
No, I just wanted to ask you, how long did it take the license up?
Oh, we can get that through. We can push that through. The chief is asking me about licensure because El Paso County's got a licensure process that you need to go through. But we are a home rule city, so we really don't have to play. It's politically well and advised for us to play well, but we don't have to. And if crisis comes, I think that we would stand up and be a mama bear, and we would just take care of what needs to be taken care of.
So we have. So
sorry.
Can I one more question?
I'm sorry, John. You still have the floor, John, and then
Yeah,
Michelle.
thank you. Well, I'm on a roll here. So we have the personnel. We're just missing the equipment, right?
We don't. We have a paramedic and a basic already, but we need them on our fire truck. I would have to bring in 6 more people, 3 paramedics and 3 EMT basics. I think that Manitou Springs is a very attractive market for somebody. We just had a hiring process, and we had how many medics?
We had about 13 or 15 applicants.
We are an attractive market because we are a very aggressive, progressive fire department and paramedic program. I don't think that we would have problems with staffing it. If worst case scenario, I could staff it. But we have enough part-timers presently, and I think that 90 days would be patchwork. I think if we did it conservatively, we'd make sure all the council members were comfortable. I think that our meeting in June 14th, June 12th, I think we could be very well prepared to tell you what we would need and how you would be comfortable with it.
So one more question here, and then I'll let John have the floor back. You said before we get into a crisis situation with the city and the county, talk a little bit more about that in terms of our risk posture, in terms of, you know, it seems like to me you have a gut feeling it's like the first of the year.
What's that? Can I get part of that real quick? I'm sorry, the chief has just fired me.
I'm not trying to take his time because I do want him to answer that question fully, but if you did capture some of the data that I provided in the packet, most importantly, I guess the memo that went along with this, I provided a little bit of information regarding what other municipalities and townships have been doing around us. There's been many chiefs meetings this has been the topic of discussion. Keith went to the most recent regarding that. You've also saw the article in the Independent as well that I provided in there. Shows you some of the fines and things that are being levied. I've worked with Colorado Springs and I'm tied in with that group, so there's some intuition that's involved in some of that as well. And my knowledge of the processes that are going on in Colorado Springs. So there's concern raised on my part that's heightened our concern of recent events. And then I can let you go ahead.
Okay. And from the operations standpoint, I have been watching AMR, it's my job, and I'm finding that we're getting ambulances from Texas. Crews are being moved up here from Texas to do surge because they don't have the staffing, and the staffing that they do have is being very, very overworked. It's not infrequent for an ambulance to show up here in Manitou Springs 8 reports behind. So they're getting a lot of burnout, a lot of change, and with that change comes brand new replacements, and with that brand new replacements comes some very green paramedics. And I think that experienced paramedics is something that's important. I think that some people are just EMTs trapped in a paramedic's body and vice versa. And I think that we get some really new paramedics that are really good. So I don't want you to think that I am discounting new paramedics, but there's a lot to paramedicine. And someone coming from Texas is not working the same system as we do here. And the hospitals have a degree of expectation of what they're going to get from patients within this system. And this is a very aggressive and progressive system. We're doing things that some departments are never even heard of. So I'm seeing ambulance at a tipping point, and my biggest fears are big backyard, which is Colorado Springs, and what they do, because I think Colorado Springs, in their contract, they said that the contractor will negotiate with the county, but it doesn't say that they have to negotiate with the county. And if Colorado Springs makes a move, we're going to have to patch something together.
The reason why I ask all this, and I'll just jump in here before John cuts me off here real quick. What I'm concerned about is it seems like to me we ought to move more quickly on this than wait. It seems like that if there's sort of a crisis looming, a lot of other entities are in the same bailiwick, and they're going to be competing for the same kind of resources and trying to also fill the gap, right? Correct? We're not the only one who's exposed to this, right?
And in some of the cases you can see now, they're already making the move. They're past where we're at by far.
Well,
they're already standing up their ambulances. They're already providing transport.
Well, and I guess the reason why I say that, I'm not so worried about all this mill stuff, okay? Because you make a very compelling case in terms of cost recovery and the whole 9 yards, and it looks like maybe our exposure in terms of the city budget would be, by my calculations, about $160,000 a year, okay? And if that's essentially the safety of our citizens and whatnot, I guess I'd rather us get working on it right now, okay? Come up to speed, you know, in a timely fashion that makes sense in terms of for what our department can, you know, figure out as far as the equipment and the personnel and that kind of stuff, and get started on it, as opposed to waiting until January to then begin this kind of ramp up. That would be my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle?
Thank you. I have a question regarding the 2 ambulances. We either want to purchase one, lease, purchase a used one, new. What are you looking at, or is your preference?
The ambulance cost would be about $230,000 plus the equipment brings us up close to $300,000. However, we get creative in creating that to help facilitate getting an ambulance on the street, there's many options. I'm going to have to work within the confines of city, and I don't want to be on the bad side of Becca. And so I'm going to have to make sure that I can maintain what it is that the whole city uses as their guideline and their guardrails. The number I put in there would be a number that I think would be accurate for whether we start an ambulance and pay it back or get an ambulance some other way and then use that money to provide money to do the replacements. So front loaded or back loaded.
Thank you.
And to John's point, I'm going to get this because I've never got it right, so I'm going to get it this one time. Mayor Pro Tem Shada, to his point, standing it up right away, currently talking to vendors while we were doing the feasibility study on this, it'd be really hard for us to get a new ambulance right now in a timely manner. So to stand it up in an immediate terms, we'd have to probably be looking at used anyway.
Thank you. Judith?
Yeah, as an old ex-emergency nurse, you know, we all know it's all about the timing, and anyone who's done this kind of work knows that those first really 1 to 3, 4 minutes are critical when, you know, you're pulling out that defibrillator already, right? So when I see 2022 data from AMR that's, you know, 13.26 minutes, and then I hear you say that there was a 40-minute wait for a stroke victim, that is frightening and somewhat appalling to me. And so, you know, since we're in, this would be a tremendous investment in the health, safety, and welfare of our residents. Have you predicted what your average response time would be if we took this in-house?
I think it could be equated to our current response time.
Right, you have that? Under 6 minutes.
That's...
Which is the same amount of time, which is our ambulance, that's equating our ambulance time to our fire truck time. Our fire truck time is kind of built for a fire model, so we want to make sure we're there within 4, because after 4 minutes, the fire doubles. And so we kind of want to crunch that time down as much as possible, but we would be right here instead of circling I-25 or wherever. And
I think one of the interesting points, the position that we're in right now is we are part of the ESA county right now. And when we became a part of that, we had to negotiate a time frame of what would be a reasonable response. And our current contracted time frame is 18 minutes. And anything over 18 minutes, it's 18, 20, 25, et cetera, they get different fines for. And currently, I believe right now, Manitou is the highest portion of those fines that are returned to the ESA based upon their response time to our community because they're not making that 18-minute time frame. So back to the response times, you can see that in our annual report. We can pull that up really quick, and you can see those response times would be equivalent to what you would see with our ambulance as well.
Question. So let's say you had an ambulance. Do you have room over there in the fire department for it, or are we talking about another garage or something?
we're going to take over PD.
They might not fight too hard for that.
We're going to take Denise's spot back.
Yeah.
We would make it work.
We can make it work. The first ambulance would be in the front row bay. The second ambulance could be where our trailer is or up at City Park, and we can arrange for get that brought down.
Okay, so for the problem at hand, we don't need to be too concerned about a garage. You've got that figured out.
We'll make it work.
Okay.
If you look at the last couple of slides, I wanted to point out, kind of to answer your question, Mayor Pro Tem Shada. That if you look at that last slide, we're kind of guesstimating that, and the norm for El Paso County is 71% is where we're looking at to be our magic number. That's kind of our break-even number. So if we had 29% of the people not pay their bill, we're still going to be okay. But the big part of this equation, the whole part of the sustainability thing, is I've got to make sure that it's funded by the mill so that we don't have to worry about billing and not have to worry about no pay. And we're always going to have an ambulance. So like our fire station, once we have a fire station, a fire person, we want to make sure we always have that fire person, not just kind of have service one day and black out the next. Last slide, John. And so with that then, when we look at the Manitou Springs, we're proposing The billing would be $1,900 for a ALS call and $1,700 for a BLS call, and then charge for mileage for our rigs, which will help go into our maintenance budget to offset that as well.
Can you state what a ALS and BLS is, please?
Yes. Back in the day, EMTs just gave oxygen and splinted. But rights and acts have been improved. Now EMT basics are able to give 5 or 6 drugs, 6 drugs, as well as start IVs, and that, like, paramedics are able to crike throats, vent chests, all can defibrillate. We're given 47 drugs. We're able to pace. So there's many things that we can intubate. We can do many, many things that happens at an emergency room, but happens underneath a Chevy pickup truck instead. So we have a great amount of drugs and acts and privileges that we're able to enact, and that's what the difference would be. If I had to work up a full cardiac case, I'd be billing for the epinephrine, for the atropines, for the shock, for the monitoring, for the airway, so there'd be many other tools and tasks and tests and actions that would be performed on that patient.
Can you also talk?
Oh, I'm sorry. ALS is advanced life support. BLS is basic life support.
Can you also talk about the billing and how we would do that?
So the billing would be set on those rates that are behind you, $1,900 for ALS, $1,700 for BLS. But one of the things I don't know if you're talking about is if it was a citizen that lives up on Chris Lane, for instance, that would be a personal experience, then that person would get billed by their insurance company, but they would not receive a bill for their deductible. That bill would then be generated through our finance, and whether it goes into an enterprise or whether it goes into a funding through Becca's office is all going to be dependent upon how we're directed to go. Is that answering your question, Denise?
Yeah, and that we were going to outsource the billing, so we wouldn't bring somebody on full-time.
Okay, so Cimarron Hills just stepped up their ambulance, and they've got one office person which is in charge of all of their operations and all their billing and all their maintenance. On top of that, they just put an ambulance service in place, and they're getting an ambulance billing organization for 1%.
It's only around like $1,200.
Yeah, so it's $1,200 to take care of all the billing, all the headache, all of the collections. And the most important part is the majority of the payment comes in right up front. We have a very well-insured population in El Paso County, and we have lots of military in El Paso County. Both are well accessed. We do have some indigent care. We all have indigent care, but we don't care whether they've got insurance or not. The care needs to be provided, and then they can deal with the other part later, and that's the $1,200 that can be outside that or forgiven. But there's going to be some write-offs. There's going to be some abilities that we do something, but it's not going to be reimbursed, and that's okay because our ambulance will be sustained by the mill levy. So our citizens have said we want to make this happen, and we will make it happen. And then we just don't want it to be volatile or variable whether or not we have payment coming in or not.
Nancy?
Yeah, I think you make an incredibly strong case. However, being the cautious person I am, I never want to make a quick, not decision, but even reaction. So I would like to see a reasonable timeline. I think if you want it bad, you get it bad. So a reasonable timeline and what could be in place by when and what all needs to be in place. You've outlined a lot of it here, but there's still more. And I also would love to get a copy of your slides because I need to digest a bit more of the financials. There's a lot in here, but not all the slides were in here. So those are the two things that I would like to study, and but again, I think it's incredibly compelling. And when I heard that 40 minutes for stroke case, I'm like, oh my God. So, and I'm also, you answered my one question because I was like, you're going to man this with 2 people, and coming from a background of scheduling medevacs, I'm like, you can't do this with 2. But when you explained how you would do it, that made sense. So thank you.
And we still have the volunteers that will be backing us up as well, which could also take the second ambulance. So.
Good, thank you. Council, other questions, comments? Okay, well, gentlemen, you know that we have our budget, our day-long retreat on the 12th of June, so I think there'll probably be some additional information you'd like to get to us, kind of flesh some of this out. So I think this has been a useful explanation.
So
Well, Mayor,
hopefully to answer her concern, maybe we can have that timeline for your June 12th retreat. We'll make that happen and get that to Denise.
I think that would be helpful for all of us. Yeah, I don't know that it has to be terribly detailed, but yeah, at least at a high level to give us some direction. Did I hear a comment?
Oh, I was just going to say the same thing, that I'd like to have some deadline for when we'll get the timeline information so we can move forward. And so I'm good to go.
This last slide, I think, is, I know this was a big elephant. I'm really appreciative of you all listening with your both ears and hearing and asking some great questions, but I'm available all day long. John makes me carry my phone. Well, I took it off. It's over there in the charger. But John makes me carry my phone all the time, so I've always got it with me. So if you want to find me, you can find me. I can break this down into more detail. The slides are a fraction of what we've been experiencing in the fire service and the EMS in this county for a long time, and there's lots more data I might be able to use and provide for you to reinforce some of the issues that we got. But I've been waiting 12 years for this.
Okay. Good. Denise?
Mayor, the other thing that we'll look at is just some more financials, right? What is the average write-offs? We need to look at those type of things that aren't in this, so we'll bring some more detail in that aspect too.
That'd be good. Thank you. All right. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Okay. If council doesn't have any objections, I suggest we take a 10 or 15-minute break here. We'll come back. So then the next item, for the benefit of the audience, the next item will be an update of the mobility pilot study. Street perform ordinance. Okay, I think we can get started again. We'll be hearing about our street performer ordinance discussion. I guess I'd like to explain a little bit about how the process works. I had the opportunity during the break to talk to a few people about that, but just for the benefit of anyone who wasn't there, the normal process is oftentimes for a subject or something, some policy or future legislation that the city council is considering, we'll typically go over it during a work session, which is the kind of meeting we're having tonight. So work sessions are on the second and the fourth Tuesdays in the month, and then we have our regular meetings, which are on the first and third Tuesdays of the month. So at a work session here, this is an opportunity for city council to largely talk among ourselves, somewhat less formally than during a regular meeting. We ask questions from some of our staff members or subject matter experts, and the discussion is pretty much limited to just council and staff. It's not to preclude the audience. You're certainly welcome to listen and create questions and so forth. We typically don't respond during the work session to those kinds of things. The next step in a process is to, if it's going to become a law, is to entertain it at a subsequent regular meeting on what we call first reading. Okay, so if we're going to create a law, we would hear it on first reading, and that again is pretty much a discussion amongst council. Typically, the public does not get involved. Now, in the meantime, if you want to email council or contact council members outside of council meetings, you're welcome to do that and express your opinions. Where the public comment really comes into play is on the what we call second reading. So, for instance, tonight, if we decide to go forward with this subject of the street performer ordinance, we could entertain it and probably will as on first reading next week, and then 2 weeks later at our next regular meeting, we would have it on second reading. At that point, there'd be a public hearing, and we would expect to have significant public comment during the meeting at that time. So that's a little bit about how we do it. I think you should mention to everyone that this is really the first time that City Council is hearing the nuts and bolts of this ordinance. We've had it in our council packet, so we know a little bit about it here from reading just in the last couple of days. But now we'll be getting really an update, and we'll be asking a lot of questions too. So we have Alex Treefy, our Public Information Officer, and Bill Otto, our Police Chief, and they will be walking us through this. Gentlemen, you have the floor.
Hello, Mayor Graham, Manitou Springs City Council. My name is Alex Treffery. I'm the Public Information Officer for the City of Manitou Springs. And with me,
Bill Otto, Chief of Police. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council.
So we'll be providing a presentation on a proposed street performer ordinance. It's a very quick presentation, so if we could hold questions to the end, we would greatly appreciate that, just because your questions may be answered as the presentation goes on. Before I go to the next slide, I'd just like to say a few things about this. Manitou Springs has a long history of street performing, and it's an important activity that many both partake in and listen to in our community. We value what it brings to our city's culture, and we feel that our code needs to reflect that. Currently, our code as written does not allow for street performing downtown, and we are looking to change that. We are proposing an ordinance that allows for easy to understand rules for street performing in Manitou Springs that we feel our police department, the street performers, and our community would benefit from. So briefly, I'd like to go over what we have now in our code. So Municipal Code 9.46, sitting or lying in the downtown area, simply put, states you cannot sit, lie, kneel, or display items in the public right-of-way downtown. If that was fully enforced, our current code would not allow for street performing downtown. We feel that we need an equitable and uniform approach for allowing street performing downtown that's written into law instead of agreed upon. So then on to the next slide, I'll go over what we are proposing. So it would be an amendment to Chapter 9.46 of our municipal code. To clarify, we are taking our current code as written and adding an exception for street performers. This proposition in the packet would clarify what street performing is, as well as add quote-unquote designated locations to the downtown area for street performers. Those performers, and the ordinance as well states that you would have to follow all other city ordinances while performing, such as noise ordinances, disorderly conduct, etc. So essentially, this would create 6 locations in the downtown area that are exceptions to the sit-lie ordinance.
You can hang on to it for a sec. Just like Alex was talking about the proposed locations, there are 6 of them. We're looking at a roughly 4-foot in diameter spot in each of these locations. They're all on the north side of the street. I'm not sure how well everybody can see them up there. They are encircled, the white spots, and kind of in a row, but they're spread out. Why are we doing this? A set-in-stone rule book for our street performers to follow, and that simply means everybody's on the same sheet of music. Everybody knows the rules, the regulations, how to apply for it, and what they can and can't do. This has been proven to work in other municipalities, cities throughout the country. Like Alex had mentioned earlier, this is an amendment to the ordinance. So what we're doing, we're taking what we've already got in place, and we're allowing for the 6 proposed spots for the performers to perform. This is going to help my department as well. It gives a defined area that the police will know about where the performing is legally allowed to take place. In the past, and I know Alex spoke about that, this as well, it seemed the police, and I wasn't here for this, but the police kind of took a middle-of-the-road stance to it. We know, because Alex just reminded everybody, that there was no street performing allowed, period, if you look at this ordinance. Apparently, there was some city officials, police, what have you, I'm not really sure, that would compromise and say, okay, you can do it here for this long, but it wasn't evenly applied. There's a lot of room for somebody to talk a cop into letting them stay there longer or do it in a prime location. With the amendment to this ordinance, we can eliminate that. We can have it set in stone. These 6 spots are where you can do the performing. You will get into it in a little bit here, but you would take a ticket and you would have a certain amount of time to do your performance, and if you wanted to keep it going, you go ahead and apply for another one right after. I've got to say this, the ACLU has been involved in this in other municipalities, cities, and towns before as well. They've made some rulings on this, what is considered street performing, what can be done, what the government can do to limit it. They've put the ruling in, and these other towns, municipalities have come up with this agreement that we've looked at. I've looked at with Alex, and it looks like a very good option. Let me turn. Yes, go ahead.
Just real quick, one thing I wanted to mention, and just build off what Bill said. The reason that this ordinance was built from what the city of Las Vegas did is not because Manitou Springs has many similarities to the city of Las Vegas, because we changed it quite a bit, but because the city of Las Vegas worked with the ACLU to create their ordinance, and we thought that that was a good starting point to work with. So I just wanted to point that out.
We'll talk a little bit about enforcement now. Do you have the clicker? Use of a designated location is reserved via timestamp slip. We're going to have a kiosk set up, much like the parking meters, the same type thing, where these slips can be taken from. 2 hour maximum on each spot. Must change locations at the top of each odd number hour. As far as police enforcement of this, as always, I know I have talked to the council before, my belief on selective enforcement of codes and laws and stuff, and I don't believe in selective enforcement. But I think in something like this, the officers having discretion can issue a warning for a violation of it the first time. But there always comes a time, as I think we all know, you can only warn so much. A dog doesn't bite after a while. It has no bite. You have to be able to enforce it. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying we're going to go out there and everybody's going to get one warning and, you know, if you don't do what we say, you're going to get a ticket. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the officers are going to use some discretion in this. We have to take into account that other people may want to use that location. If they've gone over their allotted time, they will be asked, hey, are reminded, hey, your time's about up. You need to get another ticket and move on to your next spot, or come back to this spot when your time is, when it's your turn. Use of the designated locations is reserved using these kiosks. Again, there's a 2 hour maximum, and the rules would be physically marked in the spots. Simple and easily understood. And what we mean by that is in each of these spots, in each of these spots, we are going to put I don't know if placard's the right word, Alex, a sticker on the ground that has these rules that are easily understood, easily read, telling you what you can and can't do. They're going to be on each spot, so there shouldn't be any kind of question as far as prior notice. People are saying we didn't know that we couldn't do this or we had to do this. We're going to have that information right there.
Thanks, Bill. And so we'll move to questions shortly, but before that, I just wanted to point out a few changes that we did add to the ordinance that are fairly minor, but the newly printed ones are on that table over there, but they weren't able to be uploaded in time. So very minor. The council bill number and ordinance number were incorrect, so we changed those. Our senior GIS analyst made a new map that designates the downtown area as well, so it's a lot easier to understand, so that'll be in the updated ordinance. And then on page 2, under 9.46.010, we changed that first sentence to be, the city determines that it is necessary and appropriate to create designated areas for the activities of street performers in the downtown area and to regulate sitting, lying, or blocking the public right-of-way in the downtown area. So basically, it is a removal of the phrase peak public use. And then also under the definition section, specified time frame. I'm assuming that was copy and pasted and it had the wrong times on it. So the correct times would be, specified time frame means the period between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. of any particular day. I believe it said 3 a.m. to 3 p.m. to 1 a.m. So that is definitely not our peak hours and not what we meant. So those changes are made, just so everyone's aware. But with that, we'll take questions.
Okay, Michelle?
Thank you. On the 6 locations, I was only able to read 5. Could you please tell me what the 6th one? I see the Vault, Cheyenne Spring, Royal Tavern, Shoshone Spring, and St. Andrews.
So I apologize. Which number are you not seeing? Oh,
thank you.
You see it now? Okay, yeah, that's why we changed the map.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Julie?
Is there a cost to get this ticket time slip thing, or is it free?
Do you mean like for us to make it or for someone to get a ticket?
For someone to, yeah, if I'm a street performer, I go up to some kiosk that is going to be up there,
So
and I just push a button or something?
Yeah,
or do I have
on
to
the-
pay money?
You do not have to pay money. On the 800 and 900 block of Manitou Avenue, our parking kiosks would just have that option for a street performing ticket.
And then what's the purpose of asking people to move to a different location, but then they can come back to the original location? That was a little confusing to me. Can you explain the reasoning?
So the reasoning behind moving a location would be, so if there is a quote unquote preferred spot, and I will say we tried to make all these spots fairly desirable, but if there is that quote unquote preferred spot, you can't have it all day, and it would be a rotation of spots over time.
Okay. I think the chief was suggesting that he wouldn't mind if the ordinance stated that the first offense would simply be a warning. Do I get that right?
In all ordinances and laws, I mean, there's definitely exceptions. The preferred response police want is when we ask something, people comply and they move on. This type of ordinance, there would be discretion for the officer to say, hey, I'm not going to cite you, I'm not going to fine you, I'm not going to do any of that. I'm going to ask you to comply and move on.
So is that your way of saying you just want the ordinance to stay written the way it is and simply allow the officer to use discretion on a case-by-case basis? Or are you open to amending the ordinance to suggest the first offense is a warning? I didn't get the answer to that.
Well, I understand what you're asking. There could be a verbal warning, or there could be a written warning on a piece of paper. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of having that written into it, that you will receive a written warning. I can tell you that is going to happen anyway. I mean, when an officer is asking somebody to honor the time frame, and they run a few minutes over, or they get caught up doing something and they're reminded to move on, that's the preferred compliance we're looking for.
Okay, and what are the hours of the day during which a performer could get a ticket? Does it in fact start as early as 7 a.m.?
7 a.m. to 10 p.m. would be the hours that is allowed.
Regardless of what the performer was performing, I guess, so.
Yes.
So we can have 10 drummers out there or making a hell of a lot of noise at 7 in the morning? I mean,
Yes.
I'm a drummer, so that's why I'm saying I don't mean to be picking on drummers, but we're noisy. So, I mean, 7 a.m., really, 7 days a week?
Julie, we have a noise ordinance, and that's why we don't want it to go against the noise
Yeah,
ordinance.
but that's
that
really
we-
loud.
It's
I mean-
what is it, I don't know the decimal, but yeah.
And we actually
that's not
discussed
helpful.
that, about the noise that early in the morning, and just like Ms. Howe said, we don't want to muddy the waters any more than we have to by stepping on one ordinance or another, creating an ordinance that is in direct violation of another already established ordinance.
So why don't you have it start at 5 a.m.? Then, if the answer to my question is, we've got a noise ordinance, then why isn't it 24/7?
The noise ordinance?
No.
Why isn't it?
This ordinance. Why don't we allow performers to perform 24 hours a day as long as they take their little ticket? I'm not suggesting we do that. I'm just saying if it starts at 7 a.m., that seems like an early time for all the people living right on the avenue to, with their windows open in the summer, to be woken up. But I guess I appreciate your answer. It's just, it is what it is. Okay, thank you.
Well, I don't know that it would be a problem at 7 a.m. I typically, when I'm out at 7 a.m., I don't see that many tourists or people out on the street who would typically tip a musician. And I think most musicians tend to be out there when they can work for tips. So I think maybe that's a kind of a non-problem. I'm sorry, Chief, back to you.
Exactly. Like I said, sir, we did discuss that. And that was kind of our thoughts and feelings on it as well.
Okay, thank you. I think that's helpful there. Natalie.
Okay, I have a couple things. So the first one, I think that folks are they're concerned about the sitting and lying ordinance being a part of the street performing ordinance, that they're slightly different. And I think, can you address sort of why those were combined?
Go ahead.
So the reason that they're combined, right, is because currently, if following our current code as written, sitting almost anywhere downtown would be, and playing an instrument with a guitar case out, for instance, that would be in violation of the sit and lie ordinance currently. So where the exception would need to be is in the ordinance that would be in violation of. So basically our thought process behind it, and speaking of this, has gone through legal review. And so I'm assuming his thought process as well was that these designated locations are, if you're gonna make an exception to that ordinance, you should put it in there. Does that make sense? Not to muddy the waters with that long answer, but.
But just to clarify though, there are many more places where you can sit than where you can play music. Like you can sit at the benches, you can sit on the planters, you can sit in the parks and in the grass, just not on the street and the sidewalks and in the public right of way.
So all of the downtown area, if you have the newly updated ordinance that has that, the map that shows you the downtown area, basically that entire area is public right of way. So parks, things like that are different because that's public, like open space. So there's not necessarily like a right of way, but not really. You couldn't just sit anywhere downtown.
And then I just had another suggestion that you had read that statement at the beginning today, and I was wondering if that could potentially be a whereas, to like actually include it in the ordinance that we have a history of street performing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I love that.
Anything else, Natalie? Okay. Other council members? Nancy?
Yeah, I had several comments and disparate questions, so I'll just kind of go through them in no particular order. I'm assuming that if we do adopt this, and I'm confident that council will see fit to, in the appropriate time, to amend and adopt, I assume that there will be a rollout and an education process for both the police and the folks who will be affected by this.
Yeah, of course. We would want to, I can't really comment on the methods that we would go by, but it is really important that, aside from this, but with any big change that we have, that the people who it affects are aware of what's going on. So yes.
Okay. And I just would, in a very positive way, because I think that this has kind of come to us in kind of a very controversial way. And I think it wasn't controversial at this point in time, a couple of years ago perhaps, but I don't think currently it is as controversial. It's just something that we're unfortunately just getting to. My next question is on C, it talks about you can't reserve any space or location, and yet in 946060, paragraph C, it says first-come basis, must be reserved by a receipt issued. So anyway, it's just a little confusing, the use of the word. And I will tell you, if there's any way that you can pre-reserve, and I don't know if there's any fair way to do that or not, that would be helpful, because I know that, I've performed on the street on many occasions, and I will not be able to do it based on this ordinance, because I would need to know ahead of time. And I was wondering why only 6 locations? Is there any possibility of getting some more locations?
I would say yes. There are more spots for more locations. It would just depend. When we chose the locations that we did, as I alluded to earlier, we tried to make them desirable, right? Because if council does wish to take this and then further along the road adopt it, I think that those who do street perform would much rather prefer if there were spots that were desirable for them to use, as opposed to if it was tucked away, right?
Right.
Because they want people to hear their music, they want people to walk past them, etc. So when we chose these spots, we tried to make them as good as possible. With that said, when we did that, we tried to make them a fair distance from the front of businesses, from places that had outdoor dining, etc. That's not to say that there isn't more spaces, but I would say that in terms of being far away from business fronts and outdoor dining spaces, these are the best 6 spots that we could come up with.
So you had solid criteria in which to choose the spaces, which is great. I would just ask if you could find some more spaces. I think that would be very helpful to this process. Also, there was a reference, and I can't find it now. I foolishly did not underline it, but it referred to peak times, and there's no definition of peak times.
So
I think that's during the year.
That should be removed from the ordinance in the newer version.
Okay.
If it isn't, it will be.
Okay.
I could have swore I took it out though, but yeah, there's no peak times.
Okay. It's in the one that was in our packet, somewhere in there.
Correct.
I just can't find it.
The one in the packet, the one in the packet versus the one on that table over there, one of those changes is the peak times.
Okay. And I think that those... Oh, is there any way to know that a space is being used other than just going and seeing it? I mean, is there because if you do want to go and perform and you got to go down and see if there's a available space, or you just have to sit there for 2 hours and so that you're next in line, is that the only way that you can?
That would be the only way. I will say that when we created this, our idea behind it was that you don't really need any person's involvement from like the city, something like that, to do it. You can just go up to a parking kiosk and do it. Like for instance, the city of Las Vegas, and as you alluded to earlier, they have a reservation system where you actually get a license and you do it from there. We just don't have the bandwidth to do that. So we tried to make it as little impact on workload as possible. I'm not even sure how we would go about knowing if a spot was reserved or not.
And I would just like to keep an eye on that in the future, because I think that would be very helpful if folks could reserve a spot. Yeah. But I can see we need this ordinance sooner rather than later. And last is just a comment, and I like most of this ordinance. I love, I'm a rule follower, so I love that it's kind of laid out exactly what you can. It just makes it more fair for everybody. And I think that's critical, is fairness, and this allows for a great deal more fairness. No one's ever going to get 100% of what they want. The city's not going to get it, the people who are performing aren't going to get it, the businesses aren't going to get it. But this, to me, seems to be a good, at least initial compromise to make things much, much better. So thank you for the effort and work that you guys put into it, as well as the people out in the audience who have been working on this as well.
Thank you.
Judith?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank you for coming and for playing music. That was just delightful. I just always really love it when we have a room full of people. And if you're frustrated by the process, don't always feel like you're being heard. And I want you to know that I feel that same frustration, and I hear you and feel you. And perhaps that's something we need to look at down the road. We will hear from you, and I really look forward to that. One of the things that I enjoy the most about coming into Manitou is to hear and experience the street performers. And I want you to know that I support you. I mean, we have tourists come here all season long, and they sit everywhere, right? They're sitting on every available surface, so they're breaking the law too. My question really segues from Nancy. I saw this, and the first question I had was, what motivated you to choose 6 sites, and why these sites? And it just seems to me, especially given the crowd we have tonight, is it enough? And and again, I really want this to be a very fair and inclusive process where our street performers feel like we're doing something for them instead of against you. So having said that, I would like to see some more spots. And what I heard you say was the same parking kiosk will be used for the performer kiosk, because I certainly don't want to see 6 more kiosks in town or any more signs. And could the sign for the street performer, could it be on the kiosk, or does it have to be on the ground? Or walk me and talk me through that.
So, correct. The idea is, and we've already cleared this through our parking department, that they could have slips issued from the same kiosks. So we wouldn't be installing more kiosks. The second part would be that in making this as easy as possible, because there could be confusion along the way for sure. We think that having on the ground, let me step back. Having these spots, they are physical spots. So they are delineated on the sidewalk with, our idea is like a concrete sticker, which are things. And so on that sticker, we think it would be easiest, if we're going to make it anyway, just to put the rules on it, explain what it is, things like that. So that was the thought process behind it. I mean, I'm not 100% married to that idea, but I think it's our best use of what we have.
Okay, and I have just one more question. Under 9.46.020 definitions, designated location, the last part of that states that at the end of this chapter, or any other location designated by the city administrator from time to time for use by street performance. Under what conditions do you see the city administrator, approving other locations other than the ones that we pass in this ordinance?
To be honest, I mean, Jeff Parker wrote the definition section. I'm not sure I would fully know. I'd like to ask him what his intentions were.
Well, I would like to know that, because I don't know what that line means or might be doing in the ordinance. So thank you. I appreciate that. That's all all the questions I have.
Okay, thanks, Judith. Michelle?
I understand the 7 a.m. Is there a limit of how many street performers at one location?
Could you have like 2
I mean, if I'm going to wake up to, I'm not saying, let's say I have like a violin, a viola, a bass player, and a cello at 7 a.m. Sure, great, Amadeus, perfect. Let's start my day, right?
Like 2 versus 10 people? I want to make sure I'm tracking. Are you talking like 2 versus 10 people? We have a limit on how many? No.
Okay.
We don't.
Thank you.
Okay. Michelle, did you have anything else? Denise, I think you have a follow-on comment, and then Julie.
I just want to say, if that's something you guys want to change, right? Of course, you can change that in the ordinance that you want it to start at 10 or 11. We just did it due or 9, whatever, or noon or 2 or whatever that is. We were just following the noise ordinance. But if you say this is going to start later and you want that, if the majority of council wants that, that is something that you can ask for in the revised ordinance.
Okay. Thank you. Julie.
Thanks. I just wanted to mention that while I think this is a good starting point as in terms of the 6 locations. And the reason I'm hesitant to urge staff to come up with more than 6 is that I've been downtown before where like the last time there was a acoustic guitar player on the south side of the street, and right across the street there were some drummers. The guitar player was just sitting there. He didn't even bother to play. He was just sitting there waiting for the drummers to maybe hopefully stop eventually so that people could hear him. So if we have too many locations and you have too much music conflicting with each other, it sounds horrible. It reminds me of being in a dorm room where there's different music coming in from each wall of your room, So that might be one of the reasons why there are only 6 to begin with. I just wanted to propose, though, that we consider this as a starting point, and then it can always be refined later. So maybe 7 a.m. is fine, because who the heck is going to show up at 7 a.m.? I did have a definition question, though. It looks like this has nothing to do with the parks. This is only the main street and other such alleys and things. Under public right-of-way, am I missing something? Like, would I still be allowed to go down to a park with my guitar, if I played the guitar, which I don't, and play? Or would I get arrested? Because it looks here like it talks about parkway. I don't know what a parkway is, but it doesn't have the word park. So does this not pertain to parks?
To my understanding, no, it does not. But just for 100% confirmation, we can ask Jeff Parker.
Well, we don't have to ask Jeff what he means, I guess. Maybe what we as a group at some point need to decide if we want this to pertain to parks. I would suggest that we leave it the way it is, where it's just pertaining to the main drag and alleys, for whatever reason, and parkways, which we don't have, because that way people can still play music in the park, and if it ever becomes a problem, we can come back and revise it.
I think that's the intent of it.
That is the intent. And so what I will say is my understanding currently, or our understanding rather, is that the public right-of-way does not apply to parks, because that is a public, quote-unquote, open space. So there is no right-of-way within, like, Soda Springs Park, for instance, which is the only park in the downtown area.
Natalie.
I have a question about selling items. And so it says in here that if you have a permit or license, that you can display or sell items. And I'm wondering, can someone then reserve one of the performance spaces and sell out of there? Or would it be connected to a business?
So, you want to answer this? Just because I'm on the line.
Oh. The way this is written now, no. This is for street performers only.
So currently, even if you had a license to sell, there's not a spot?
From these 6 designated spots?
Just in general, like with this, like if you were to not have a physical business location in Manitou, but you had a license or permit, there's nowhere to sell, correct?
I have to ask Jeff Parker, because most of them have not had business license, most people that go.
Right, I understand that.
I know we've had one incident, and so we'd have to ask Jeff Parker to clarify that. I think let me ask Jeff Parker.
Okay. And then the other thing was that I think actually Rick Hudson suggested this, that if we're going to put up signs that say, no busking, instead of saying no busking, if we could say something clever like, I don't know, beware busking ahead, or, I don't know, whatever. Something that, I know we don't like signage, but I mean the idea that we were creative with the signage around the community.
So our idea, it was never really discussed, but the idea was that we wouldn't put up signs that said like no busking or anything like that, and that the physically marked locations on the ground would be information enough for a passerby to understand kind of what our rules are, if that makes sense.
Anything else, Natalie?
I'm just wondering if any of these spots, if there's one that could support a larger group of people, that maybe we could encourage folks to use that spot if they were performing, so that, you know, the one person isn't at the largest spot and the group of four isn't jammed at the corner of a crosswalk.
Okay, Nancy.
Yeah, I would be careful to clarify parks because we define a number, like each of the mineral springs is a parklet. So just in this, you might want to differentiate or define or clarify, whatever. Thanks.
Thank you. Denise?
I wanted to say, I think we'd have to look at definitions, Julie, but whenever it said parkway, I think that means like the trail. Those are the places where you couldn't play in a park, but we'd have to look at the rest of the definitions and make sure that that is defined in our ordinance overall if we use the word parkway, and I haven't been able to find it yet, just to verify so that that's, if we use that word, that we have it defined.
Okay. And gentlemen, I think this is pretty well considered. I think, as you said earlier, the ordinance I guess that we have in place currently is actually pretty unworkable. And as I think back historically, I think that came in response to a very difficult summer we had when we had just lots of people on the street and things seemed to be out of control. And so the council at that time had to come down with something that was more restrictive than really suits us most of the time. So I think this actually kind of opens things up and gives people some latitude. I like the idea that there's an element of simplicity in that. You know, I can understand Nancy's idea about wanting to reserve, you know, if you're a performer, maybe that's a future step, but I think right now it's relatively simple, and if anything, you've kind of opened it up compared to where we were. So I think this is probably a good step forward. It does seem to me like at some point we might want to consider some additional locations, like maybe down in the 700 block. When I saw the 6 spots that you'd picked out, that seems to pretty much align with where street performers like to be anyway. So it seems like we're not asking for a huge change in culture in that respect. So I think this is a step forward. I would, like to mention to the audience, I do appreciate the attention that you've given us tonight. What I could suggest, if you have concerns, and you've had an opportunity to hear a lot about how this is supposed to work. If you still have concerns, you're certainly welcome to contact us. I think the best way is to an email. You can email at citycouncil@manitou.gov, and you can get to the city's website and get to it there, or you can just email us like that. And that'll give all 7 of us an opportunity to see what your opinions are as we go forward. So, if council, anything else? Julie?
I just wanted to add to that for people who would like to actually address us in person. I think that we should try, if we can, to indicate an estimate of when second reading would be, so that anyone who's here, who wants to come up and make a statement, that they know roughly when that might be posted on the city website so they can come back, because maybe these folks didn't realize that they're not allowed to talk during work sessions.
Right. Let's see.
Can you try to estimate that? I know we just got that draft of the future agenda items.
Right. Yeah. So tentatively, we would expect to have this on second reading on June the 7th. Okay. So the way the natural pattern would be that we'll take a look at this again a week from tonight. So that'll be May 17th at a regular session. And then the following next regular session will be the first Tuesday in June. So that's June 7th. So that would be an opportunity for public comment. In the meantime, though, you're certainly welcome to contact individual city council members, or, what I'd recommend really is an email to all of us so that we all get the same information at the same time. I think that's the most equitable arrangement. I do think that the efforts we've made here have been it's a step forward from what we've got. If we had to enforce the law exactly the way it is now, it'd be pretty restrictive. And as it said in the preamble, is that there'd be no lying, no sitting, no enjoying the parks, no nothing. I mean, and we got into this because it was a messy summer that drove council to adopt this at the time. So I think we're kind of gradually loosening up, and I think we have a spirit of where we want to try and make things accessible to people and for folks to enjoy the outdoors. Denise.
Mayor, I'm needing some clarification again because I've heard two different things and I'm needing to know how council would like for us to go. I heard one say we would like more than 6 spots, and I heard somebody else say, no, we want to try this as a pilot. I just want to know what you want from staff so that we are adhering to what the majority of you want. So please give us direction on that. Do you want us to look for more spots, or do you want to say this is a pilot and let's go from there?
I guess I would be content to call this a pilot, and for now do the 6 spots. But certainly if other council people have different feelings, it's a good time to say it. Judith?
I'm okay with 6 spots and trying it as a pilot study, but again, one of my frustrations, and I voice this constantly, is that we haven't heard from the people who came to speak to us. So you may have some really great ideas and some great input, and so it's really hard for me to say absolutely only 6 until we hear from the people who perform for us. So I'm okay with 6 as a pilot. But I do want to hear from all of you, and if you have some great, and I'm sure you have some great ideas, I want to keep an open mind that we try this pilot for a specific period of time, and we consider opening up more spaces if that's necessary. So that's the conflict that I have, is until I hear from the street performers themselves, I'm not fully informed.
Thank you. Nancy?
Yeah, I would like to go forward with this. I consider all ordinances a pilot, actually, because we can always amend them. Not that I would prefer to do that, but I would actually like to see a couple more spots proposed by June 7th, and we may or may not choose to include them, but it would give a little bit more time for people to have input and if there's reasons, and you've stated the criteria that you used to choose the spots, which made a great deal of sense, but your criteria might open up that there might be a couple more spots on the north side, the south side of the road. There's none on the south side currently, correct? Or further down or up, whatever. I just think it can be done concurrently. You can look between now and June 7th if there's something else that makes sense or not. Okay.
I just need direction. I want to make sure I'm doing what the majority of council wants, so I just want direction.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, please, Julie.
I would suggest that, because Denise needs direction, I would suggest that she take a look, as you've suggested, to confirm that we have a definition of parkway in our code, since that's not a very typical word and that shows up in here. And that we take a look at this at first reading as is. And then at second reading, when we hear from the public, if they convince us that there are other good spots where performers could play simultaneously and the sound wouldn't conflict and it would be great, then we can always add a sentence or change a few words at second reading. But for now, I think we're in a good position to move forward with as is written being presented at first reading, and then we can always modify based on the feedback we get from the public.
Okay, thank you. Nancy, would you be okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that, and there's a possibility just that everyone out there knows, there's a possibility that that could delay this, so things would remain illegal until this goes into effect. So if we start messing with the wording too much at second reading, it could delay it another 2 weeks. So that's something of a concern.
It's a good point.
We could pass it, and then we could always, we could still go ahead and pass it, and then we could go ahead and start all over with first reading, second reading, that's very doable. I just was trying to give Denise some guidance so she's not going crazy with 4 different variations of an ordinance.
So Denise, I think the guidance is to take it as it's written, but don't be surprised if we throw you a curveball on the 7th of June. Okay, anything else, Council? Chief, Alex, thank you very much. Appreciate the work you've done on this. And the audience, thank you very much. Again, it's citycouncil@manitou-springs.co.gov. Okay, so that's cool. And we'll see you June the 7th. Hi, can we go ahead and we'll move to the next agenda item? Thank you. Okay, and we'll take a couple minutes here to finish up some business. That's okay. It's City Council at ManitouSprings.co.com. Here's my card. Appreciate that very much. Yeah, so for any of this.
All right. Beautiful. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Keep your calendar open. Okay, we're back in action. Okay. Update on the micromobility pilot study. Without further ado, Kevin, you got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, members of council. Mayor Graham, Kevin Stevenson, Manitou Springs Mobility and Parking Manager. This evening, I am here to go over the Pike Ride report on our micromobility. This will be kind of high level, and then we do have a draft ordinance with some amendments to the original to go over and discuss. Pike Ride would first like to thank all the parties that were involved. They recognize that improvements can be made. The first year created many new partnerships and opportunities, and this presentation will serve as the final overview for the Pike Ride. In March, they received their permit to operate. Finding the appropriate locations for the hub proved to be difficult because of the setback requirements. They stated that there was a bit of a surprise with the $3,000 operating fee and the $30 fee per hub. And Pike Ride wayfinders were not approved for installation in Manitou due to being a few inches too large. We move into July through October with the 2 hubs that they had in operation at the Econo Lodge and Shriver Park. It shows the starts and ends for each location. Some of the complaints that they received were difficulty obtaining a network connection at the Shriver Park that was impacting the ability to access Pike Ride. The tree sap that was coming out of the trees was getting onto the bikes, And again, with defining the hub locations due to the lack of signage and setback locations. And that is when Pike Ride was able to do the geofencing at Hiawatha to allow for them to park during events. That brings us into November through February of this year. Hiawatha Hub was installed in November, delayed due to ongoing construction and demolition of the building. Permission was received to install wayfinding, but fabricating the signs and installing the winter at the end of the pilot program was not feasible. Our next slide is a heat map that was provided by Pike Ride. It shows 650 trips started in Manitou and 609 trips ended in Manitou Springs. As a community partner, Pike Ride offered free trips and parking during the Commonweal Art Festival, the Heritage Brew Fest, the Spirit of Emma Crawford celebration. They offered free ride coupons at the Visitor Center, provided free coupons at the Econo Lodge, and they've committed to several events in 2022, assuming that the program and permit will be continued. There were a few instances of riders parking bikes inappropriately near sidewalks and the ADA ramps. The bikes were quickly retrieved from Pike Ride per the current ordinance, and then complaints were they didn't receive any complaints during the pilot at that time. There was an inquiry from a business representative because they saw a Pike Ride bike locked at a public rack. After they educated, they seemed to be satisfied. Our next is the Urban Renewal Authority provided $65,000 with an approximate Pike Ride investment of $75,000, and it breaks down everything that Pike Ride put into that. It shows the approximate fare box revenue of $2,600, and that was with the 650 trips that were started in Manitou Springs. The average trips were 20 minutes, equaling about $4 a trip. So they were able to earn the $2,600. The positive takeaways that Pike Ride had was the direct access to the trails, creating a safe and easy connectivity, the great sidewalk access for riders to start and end trips safely. Areas of improvement are they feel the hubs were hard to see from the road, tree sap, wasps, lack of network connection, and no wayfinding made it difficult for the riders to know how to use Pike Ride. Additional information Manitou Springs Port had. Pike Ride purchased and a pressure washer to rinse the bikes of tree sap, and staff had to regularly dodge wasps while attempting to service the bikes. From the Econo Lodge, they had great visibility from the road, good access to the bike lane, good access to the sidewalk, and the Econo Lodge made it easy to work with. Areas for improvement, riders must begin and end trips while dodging parking lot traffic and oncoming traffic from Manitou Avenue. No wayfinding means people must download the Pike Ride app to gain the information. Pike Ride installed bollards to protect the hub from oncoming traffic and cars. Thank you. Pike Ride was not permitted to install racks within 10 feet of the property lines, which created difficulties providing a safer location. Moving on to Hiawatha, there was very good visibility within the parking lot. It's tucked in on the northwest corner of the parking lot, so as you enter the lot, you would have to go around that way to get to the backside. Provides great visibility at the kiosks, and there's not much blockage to Old Man's Trail. The visibility from the road being difficult, I would assume, I've driven that many times, I would assume that's from El Paso because you're looking down into the parking lot over the shrubbery. Not having wayfinding signs made it difficult for the riders to know how to use it. And they were unable to get the hub installed until November. The hub appears to be like an afterthought, eliminating the parking stripes within the hub and creatively painting the asphalt, or at a minimum outlining the space, could provide some intentionality. Additional information, Park Ride did install the ballards to protect from the oncoming traffic. And again, the same thing with the Econolodge. They were not permitted to install the racks within 10 feet of the property lines. The recommendations of Pike Ride are the geofence to the public bike racks to encourage more people to ride to destinations on Manitou Avenue. This eliminates the dollar out of the hub parking fee for users. Pike Ride identifies these locations for the riders to use in the app, creates visibility of using Pike Ride. It will maximize our current infrastructure, can be selective as to which racks are geofenced, and would help with parking compliance by providing more areas for people to end the trips. Utilization of the cement pad at the Manitou Pool that Metro recently removed their shelter from. This provides great visibility, wouldn't interfere with the visibility of the pool sign like the shelter did. Pike Ride has a great partnership with Metro and could work with them to make this happen. The setback requirements would need to be waived as they were for Metro to be able to use that area. Recommendations continued. Connect the park, Soda Springs, and the skate park. We have proven success with hub locations connected to parks, would likely require setback requirements to be waived. And they would also like to connect to the visitor center. We have proven success with hub locations already at the visitor center. Looking forward, Pike Ride is definitely interested in continuing to serve Manitou Springs. Some of those would include, they would install custom wayfinding signs specific to Manitou Springs. Riders would understand how to get started and use Pike Ride. All parties work together to avoid future hubs from being in parking lots when possible. Support for Manitou Springs is prompting and treating Pike Ride as a transportation option and parking solution. They referenced the Pikes Peak Ascent Marathon, all the parking, as well as the free shuttle. And looking forward, support for Manitou Springs in waiving setback requirements so the hubs are more publicly identifiable and accessible, a shared understanding that Pike Ride is a nonprofit mode of transportation, eliminate costly operation and permit fees, commitment to an ongoing annual financial support for Pike Ride. And they would like to, at the end of their presentation, thank Manitou Springs once again for their mobility support goals. And then we've got a couple letters of support that came for Pike Ride. Their annual survey from 2021, a couple quotes out of there. My friends and I love using Pike Ride to go on local movie theaters, restaurants, lakes, parks, etc. We rely on Pike Ride all the time, and we love how reliable they are. Riding in the Garden of the Gods for Manitou was really fun. In a town of so many expensive hobbies, Pike Ride gives an affordable health option to get out and see the town. They were able to discover many local businesses that they now just love while getting out exercising and having fun. They have lung problems. They can't ride a full manual bike. The electric bike assists them in the ability to do so comfortably. And that will bring us into staff proposals. Is that all that's loaded up on here, Carson, is Pike Rides, or is there more? No. Okay. So that was provided in the packet is a snip of our current fee schedule, where we have added the business license for the micromobility. And I did some work with our finance director, Becker Davis, on this, where she feels that they would fall under the category of a general business license, non-retail. They would do a 5% excise to be paid monthly, and the e-bikes would be subject to a 3.8% use tax per BECA. That would be for a new or renewed license. And then also provided in the packet was the current ordinance with some amendments from city staff as well as the Mobility and Parking Board as this was presented to them. The first one is on the second page of the ordinance, 18.91.040 micromobility share and micromobility pilot program. This was a staff recommendation. We have added the Mobility and Parking Department as well as the traffic engineer for the approval and review of all of the applications, as well as obtaining the information on the quarterly reports. The next one is on the fourth page, 18.91.070, the geofencing requirement. This was a recommendation from the Mobility and Parking Board that they would wish to be able to see the e-bikes on all Manitou roadways, not just the ones specifically listed under the geofence. Staff doesn't have any issues with that. I did speak to the planning department to find out why it was done this way at a request of the Mobility and Parking Board. I was informed that it was done this way to try to eliminate staff resources should the staff had to go out and collect the bikes if Pike Ride was unable to meet that 24-hour requirement to collect them. And then the final amendment to the existing ordinance would be under 18.91.090 micromobility share vehicle retrieval, and that is where we would remove the termination of program participation, and a fine would be set forth for staff to collect and replace any e-bikes that were not retrieved within that 24 hours as set by the fee schedule. And I am open to questions at this time.
Council, questions for Kevin? Julie? Excuse me, Julie, I'll let Judith go first, okay?
Oh, I just had one quick question. So will Pike Ride be keeping their fees the same? Those won't change?
To my knowledge, they will be staying the same.
Okay, and do they set the fees?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Julie?
The $65,000 that the URA paid, what was that for? Is that just what was that for? And also, is that just a one-time necessity for setup?
I'm not 100% on that. I can research that and get back to you on what that was for and where that went.
We have Jim Reese from the URA here. Perhaps he would be willing to take that question. Jim, did you hear the question? Yeah, I may have I caught you off guard, so if you don't know the answer, that's fine. But if you've got it, we could maybe clear this up right now.
No, I actually was paying attention, so
good for you.
But I'm actually might defer to Natalie on that because she actually worked very closely with Pike Ride on the charges. But a lot of it was initial setup. We helped them get the physical plant in place.
Okay. It was a one-time fee.
One-time fee. Okay. Does that answer your question sufficiently, Julie?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Okay. Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jim.
Nancy.
Thanks. Since this was a pilot, I was wondering why it was extended for 3 months. Is it just because of the late startup? You need more data?
That, and with the parking department turning to the Mobility and Parking Department, we extended it. That way it could move under the purview of the Mobility and Parking Department.
And I was wondering, I thought that both licenses, both businesses would be part of that pilot. Is the other licensed micromobility business not participating in the pilot?
They are. We have not received any information. I can reach out to the owner of that and request that unless Denise has.
I don't think they've been in place for a year. That's the reason. So it's the year, at a year they were giving an update, but I could be wrong because I asked that and I think that's what Dylan told me, but we can let you know.
Yeah, it's pretty close. So the purpose of a pilot is typically to determine if they want to stay and we want them to stay. So I just want to give my strong support to have them stay. I think we've got a lot, as a city, we've got a lot to do still to improve our ability to manage micromobility. And one of the key things is that there's no Pike Ride station on the other end of town, so it almost defeats a lot of purposes. We just simply have insufficient infrastructure at this point in time to make it as successful as I suspect it can be, and as I think the numbers show it can be. I like the changes. I mean, the changes are minor to the to the ordinance, so I think that they're easily, for me, they're easily supported. Although it would seem like, so you said Pike Ride was willing to make changes to the signage, the wayfinding signage, to meet the city's sign requirements?
Yes.
Okay, so we don't need to look at our own rules to accommodate their larger signage. They're going to make their signage smaller, in other words.
Correct. They're going to conform to Manatee standards.
Okay, but they are looking for setback for the infrastructure to put in. They're looking for some setback.
Yes.
Okay, and are you going to come with proposals, any proposals for that?
We are.
Okay.
Once the ordinance gets passed, that will bring in our traffic engineer as well as the planning department and my department, and we will go over all that and we can provide that back to city council.
Okay, and then are there any other decisions that you're going to need from council pertaining to this, or are you on kind of a,
Staff strongly supports the program. We would like to keep it going.
All right. I think it's clear Pike Ride has been such an amazing community partner. So, and it was nice to see this data and some of this coming slowly but surely to fruition. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I guess just to make the observation, and they've basically asked that we forgive the fees. I think the $3,000, and then there's a $30 fee, I think, per hub site. So something like $3,009, they'd appreciate it if we'd write that off.
If I'm understanding this correctly, and I will need to see clarification, I believe those were one-time fees. The only recurring fee would be the business license renewal and the land rental fee.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for clarifying that.
But if I could, I would agree that since they are a nonprofit, it would seem like if there's any, we give lots of other businesses support, and this is pretty critical, I think, to our city. Just something to think about is if there's any relief that can be provided, particularly to a nonprofit. I'm not saying 100% because they do charge for their service, but still.
Okay. Other comments from council? Denise.
I just want to mention regarding the setbacks, they would need to go through planning commission and then come here. So it's a variance for setbacks through the planning commission.
Okay. So is it fair to say the sentiment of council is to go ahead and modify the ordinance as recommended? I mean, we expect to see staff bring that forward. Is council good with that? Okay, hearing no objections. At some point here in the future, we can entertain the modified ordinance.
Thank you.
Let's see, have we missed anything, Kevin?
I believe we've covered it all.
Okay, great. If there's no further questions from council, we'll move on then. Great. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. Okay, so that takes us to item 5, discussion regarding economic development in Manitou Springs. And this goes back to our March 20th council retreat. Natalie is the lead on that. Okay.
All right. So yeah, this was my homework assignment that was given to me from our retreat work session a few months ago. And really it just came out, I had shared some demographics. We had discussed some overall trends. And I think this next step is just really a conversation about how involved does council want to be in that conversation. So there we go. I just wanted to thank Becca and Jim and Leslie and Farley for meeting with me multiple times to kind of put this together. And then, of course, I had little meetings with Sue Cho and Katie Orr and Darwin and Riley, and just kind of getting a feel for folks who had grown up in the area and were making decisions about where they wanted to land and why. And, you know, one of them wants to move into Manitou, doesn't know how they could afford to, but would love to. Others just want to stay engaged. It was an interesting conversation. It's always great to start with a definition. I think with this, it's just important to note that when we talk about economic development, it is more than just about businesses, right? It's about public safety, it's about education, improving our parks, quality of life, and all of those things. And so economic development means different things for different communities. And so I don't know how much time as a council we would like to spend on kind of figuring out what economic development looks like and means to a community like Manitou. I thought it's always great to kind of look at the history. Basically, economic development in some organized fashion sort of started with the formation of our historic district in 1979. The Manitou Springs Development Company, some private investors came together to create loans for businesses in the community. I don't believe too many folks paid them back, but it was kind of an interesting opportunity that Manitou came together to create, and that is also always the possibility of bringing something like that back. When we hired Kitty Clemens in 2002, she helped to coordinate the downtown redevelopment. She put together a bid. URA did a number of things that created some infrastructure to fund some of the projects and things that we've been doing. The Chamber and the EDC kind of merged into iManitou in 2011, but with that, there was the loss of funding that had been going to that economic development director position. And so there was sort of a change in how we funded economic development at that point. And then, of course, the creative district certification, the match tax, and then Manitou Made. So numbers, obviously tell a story. I didn't put the story together for this conversation, but we discussed some of these numbers at our retreat. But a couple things that kind of came up in our conversations. Manitou Springs is unique in that due to our proximity to Colorado Springs, we have access to hospitals and healthcare and other opportunities, but living in Manitou, we're allowed to have that small town experience. So things like the Manny Awards and the ice cream social, so something to note. And then, of course, location, that we are located in a canyon, and there are pros and cons to that. And again, just some other trends that we've all been discussing and hearing in the news, right? That 1 million more people are going to retire in the next 10 years, that there are 1 million fewer people under the age of 18 than previous generations, and that things like Colorado, we're the 5th most expensive place to live, but we are the 12th in terms of paying. So just some of these things that I think historically Manitou has been able to sort of hunker down and weather some of these things, but it's feeling a little different this time. And, obviously we're talking about the future and I don't have a magic ball, but that idea that we may actually have to do something intentionally as a community is definitely worth discussing. And again, I don't want to go through all of this because we hear about it all the time on the news, but the Great Resignation and the Great Realignment, that people are making decisions differently. Some of the kids that I spoke to said before they take a job, the first thing they do is look at how much they're going to get paid, how much is going to impact their quality of life, who is actually benefiting from their work, is it some other person, is it worth their time to help this other person make money. It's a very different look at kind of the conversations they have before they make decisions about where they want to work and why. So just some of the major themes that came up. Again, relationships between businesses, residents, and tourists, understanding what a value-aligned growth plan looks like. You know, I'm still new to council and I'm still figuring out how we make decisions and move forward. And it feels like we make them in sort of a one-off individual, situationally, as opposed to an overarching, I guess, again, view of what we want to be as a community. And then that sustainability piece and flexibility that we found that, you know, when COVID hit, we weren't able to kind of quickly add sort of outdoor seating because we are in the middle of a seat-out highway. Like, what are some of those obstacles that keep us from moving quickly and flexibly? And I should just point out again, and this is just a little note, that obviously the folks I met with are still really concerned about employee parking. So efforts City Council can lead to support major themes. So again, you know, being aware of what Council's role is, do we want to be the voice for economic development, or do we want to be a voice for economic development, or do we want other folks to speak on our behalf? And so what does that look like? And so just that idea of right now, I believe that we encourage other folks to speak about economic development for council. And then the idea of, again, community forums and trying to bring folks together around common themes that we can agree upon and build off, as opposed to the themes and things that we disagree around. Obviously, it's become very easy to disagree with folks nationally, internationally. I mean, that's a trend. It's not Manitou. But the idea of, you know, could we come together around a table and talk about food, and in that conversation talk about everything from community gardens to the kind of restaurants that we'd like to see in our community, and that may be something that residents and business owners would be interested in participating in. And then, of course, the code and zoning update. It's going to be a big deal when it comes before us. I'm biased because I'm spending a lot of time on it, but I really do think that it has the ability to communicate what we want for our community. Do we want a small mom and pop to be able to open a store here, or are we creating too many obstacles and we will just get corporate America? And so how do we, again, put together the zoning and code that allows for the Manitou we want? So that's kind of blah. Here we go. This is, it's a obviously very, very basic first step, but it didn't feel like we were in a situation where we could really talk about anything, I would say, more developed than sort of these just initial conversations of, are we interested in talking about this more?
Okay, I guess council, this is a good time to open up to comment or questions for Natalie. Nancy?
Yeah, I personally am interested in doing more with this and defining what we as a council need or should be doing. I always worry personally on where are our blind spots. We end up being somewhat inbox driven versus strategic and comprehensive in our approach to making decisions. So I am always fearing where our blind spots, what have we missed, you know? And after our off-site, whenever it was in February or March, I think we were very validly concerned about this particular topic. So I guess what would be proposed next steps? What might we as council do? The first question is, are we interested in a council in pursuing it? So those are kind of my thoughts at this point in time. I am interested. I don't know at this point what the next steps are.
Thank you. And Judith, did I see you raise your hand too? I think it was...
No, Nancy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Julie.
Just a brief comment. One thing we are doing now in terms of economic development is that we have the URA. That's a huge tax commitment that we've made to let them, I know in a few minutes, give us proposals on how they want to spend that money. And I think it's important for us to look closely at what economic development really means. Are we promoting economic development if we give money like to Maggie's Farm, a business that seems to be thriving? Is that the best use of our tax money to give it to a business that's already established here, or are we supposed to use that money to try and bring in new business? So I think part of economic development is that we need to take a closer look at what our priorities are so that we can help guide the URA so they're not just stabbing in the dark, which is what they've had to do so far. But if we can provide more guidance on what we're interested in and our priorities, I think that would be helpful.
Good. Thank you. John, do you have comments, or you want to take a pass for the moment? Okay. Yeah, Judith?
So thank you for the presentation. I really appreciated it, and the statistics too. And I think for me, it's not only about what kind of residents do we want to be and what kind of life do we want to provide for our community, but what kind of visitor, what kind of tourists do we want to attract? And, Pike Ride was an example of the kind of tourists too, the visitor, what kind of, I would love to see economic development just continue to just express the idea of health and wellness and community spirit that we're so good at. I have really evolved in some of my thinking over time, looking at some of these statistics that you provided and we saw from the survey. For example, I'm really willing to take a fresh look with new eyes at the idea of ADUs and what that might mean, especially to attract young people and families here. Very much so. Economic sustainability is part of the 4 pillars of sustainability model that we use for our climate change group. And I think that I love what you said about looking at the big picture, because we do tend to take it piece by piece because that's the nature of how we do business. But I see climate change feeding into this because, for example, just taking food, while I really am grateful that we have, for example, Karen Share come in, I'm ready to have conversations about, is that the best answer, right? Is that the healthiest answer? Is it the most convenient? You know what I mean? It's just like, yes, it's an answer, it's a stopgap, but what about local community farming again? And, we have a composting process over at Flying Pig Farm that hardly anybody knows about. And so just getting those kinds of things together and having more community-based things. And I really love the things like Dumpster Day coming up, those kinds of things that I identify. And the Wellness Day that we had down at Mansions Park, those kinds of things to get our community really engaged in what do we want, what do we need, and how do we get there. And I do want the mom and pop shop to come here. I don't mind, big box corporate coming in here either if we have a municipal code that supports the way that we want to live and do business here. So those are just some of my thoughts, but I really appreciated your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judith. Michelle?
Natalie, thank you. Great presentation. I spent this last week in Durango. at a friend's place working, and being a minority, I was definitely the one and only. Other than the person working at Freddy's, 2 of us. Every day. It was not fun. And that's what I really like about Manitou. And one of the things that I asked Leslie when I was campaigning was, how do we bring in more mom and pop that are people like me, whether they're women or people of color, all the things. Because I would hate for someone of color to come into Manitou and not feel welcome. So thank you.
Okay. In part, I think this is becoming a question of something of a discussion of demographics and social science. Economic development, I guess when I think of it, it's, I guess the question that strikes me so much is what would happen if we lost the marijuana money? Okay, that seems to me to be an urgent concern. Maybe come the middle of November, it won't be something we worry about. Maybe we'll worry a lot. But what would replace that money? And when you look at the huge chunk of revenue it represents for the city, I have concerns. I think we all do. What would it take for us to replace it? And if you look, if we increase the sales in our existing sectors, tourism, hospitality, retail, restaurants, we'd have to go a long ways to make up for that. It's not a simple question. I've run this idea past some other people in the community, and they generally have come back with the same empty question that I have now. What do we do? And we're confined, as Natalie Slide said. We're in a canyon. And I mean, we're here because it's beautiful. That also constrains us in a lot of ways. Where would a big box store be? Well, I guess if there were any interest in a big box store, it just would pretty much have to be in the URA area. And the history looks like it's more attractive if you're a big box store to build in Colorado Springs. And maybe in the age of Amazon, maybe brick and mortar stores are passé. Sorry, I think this is a question the city needs to be concerned about. I don't see the council really, that we have the bandwidth or that we'd gain ground on this. I think it's a question that we need to be working on, but I'm not sure how we push forward. I find that pretty frustrating. John, this is your opportunity to jump forward and explain everything. That's what happens when you go last. You can take a bye, I get it, if you want.
I really think that the only way to kind of approach this, in my opinion, is to ask not what kind of a tourist we want here or something like that. I think the economic development options, as I see it around town, ought to be things that we ask our local residents what they want. I think the larger economy will figure out what tourists want. But I think we can figure out what people here want. So that's my only thought in terms of as sort of kind of an approach or a way to start. I think if we start with what kind of a tourist we want, I think we're asking for some pretty sophisticated kind of consultants to come in, as opposed to if we ask, hey, what do we want here? As an example, do we want people to work here and live here? Well, what kind of incentives are we providing to do that? What kind of look around town and look how stressed out we are with all this parking. And I think to myself, Maybe we ought to be incentivizing people who will live in Manitou without a car. And what does that incentive look like? We now have a really well-funded mobility and transportation enterprise. Seems like to me we could use money out of there if you were a local resident and you worked in town and wanted to kind of live without an automobile. What would that look like? What would we have to do as a city to incentivize that kind of thing? Buy you an e-bike? Buy you a Mount Metro pass? How do you get to the doctor clear up on Briargate? Periodically, do we have to maybe pay for an Uber or something like that? Or do we expect you to spend all day trying to take Mountain Metro to get clear up to Powers and, Briargate to a doctor's appointment? So it seems like to me, we maybe ought to be asking ourselves what kind of a community we want to build for ourselves. That's just my thought.
Okay, thank you. Judith?
Mayor Pro Tem Shada, I really appreciate what you had to say. I wanted to clarify when I said big box, I don't mean an Amazon or a Target or something like that that would totally not fit in our community. But what I would be willing to be open to is we don't have a grocery store, we don't have a pharmacy, we don't have a hardware store. So maybe small box is what I really meant to say. But I really appreciated what you had to say about what we provide to our residents and how we take care of each other. I do believe that when we know who we are as a community and what we want, what our residents want, look at how we filled the room tonight with people wanting to talk about keeping Manitou weird and funky and full of music. That will inform the kind of visitor that we want. And so to clarify that, I just wanted to I love living in a tourist town and I hate living in a tourist town, right? It's like living in a box canyon. So I have to be, willing to, because I live here, put up with some of the things, and hopefully being on council is a wonderful way to take a look at some of these problems like mobility and parking and so on, and really do something substantial, really do some kind of legacy building decision making that really makes a big difference in our community. So and we have to continue to have these conversations. I'm the kind of person that I don't mind having scooters, electric scooters and electric skateboards in this town. I know a lot of people are tremendously opposed to that. It would be so congested. Well, you know what? We're so congested with traffic. Again, who are we as residents and what do we want to be? And I also noticed that that answer often is informed by the area of town with which we live, because even though we are a very small town, I have been in situations sitting in this chair where there have been votes taken, that might have changed my neighborhood tremendously. There might have been an 8,400 square foot, warehouse being built. Or, what does your community need? What does your community want? How can we support you in being the community you want to be? And so I think that's part of it too, because I do hear quite a bit of not in my backyard stuff. And so we've had that conversation at this table about ADUs. So I think at some point we have to say, you know what, if we want to attract people of color, younger people, people with families, I think we also have to, and I know for me personally, I have to be very flexible in how I approach the discussions that we have. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Well, I guess, a lot was said, and so I wouldn't mind kind of reviewing this and coming back with a couple next steps. It sounds like everyone's interested in a next step, if that's okay, John, because I feel like there's a basic, we could put together a proclamation, which would be really basic and just be putting words to something, but it could declare that we're going to spend some time on this. Because again, I think I could spend, I would love to just tackle incentives. Like, that would be super fun. But, which I just revealed a lot about myself when I said that out loud. But But I mean, I don't want to jump ahead of where we are.
Okay, I think Julie had a comment too, so I wanted, Julie.
I was just going to say, I really, I would like us to look a little further into some of the creative ideas that John Shada mentioned, because it's really complicated and time-consuming and unlikely that we're ever going to figure out in the next 2 years how to fund subsidized housing arrangement. And so I think as an alternative, if we can look at ways to support people who move here who aren't going to add to the air pollution and congestion because they have no vehicles, I think it'd be fabulous to offer some kind of creative, $20 a month Uber reimbursement or whatever you need to do. I don't know. But I think those are fairly simple creative ideas compared to, coming up with you can have as many ADUs as you want. I still think it's going to be too expensive for most people to live here, especially with the mill levy going up and property taxes are going up and rents are going to go up and insurance is going up. So I'm not sure it'll be so cheap to live here, but if we could at least reward people for not driving, I think that would be fabulous.
Mayor, may I make a comment about that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Has everyone heard what Denver's doing? I mean, Denver is, and I don't know who's funding this yet. I have just heard about it yesterday. They are giving tax credits or rebates or refunds for individuals buying electric bikes. And you get you get a $400 to $500, rebate or credit. I don't know what the particulars are, but if you purchase a bike that has cargo, where you're carrying cargo, you get a greater incentive, financial incentive, and I think there is an age bracket too, where if you're using, so those are the kinds of things that I want this community to look into for our residents. That's exactly what we should be doing. So just those kinds of things, and pick maybe 1 or 2 or 3 things that we think, or have the residents inform us that that's what they want, and maybe that would be the best way to take a real, big stab at some real solution-oriented, focused things. So anyway, I'm going to find out more about it, but I just heard about it yesterday.
Well, I guess my feeling is we're pretty limited on what we can do. Again, I guess this is a vexing problem. I've seen the city at various times try to think about this, how to diversify the economy so we weren't so dependent on tourism, or now we're also so extremely dependent on marijuana. I don't know that going down this path where it's fine to ask residents what kind of community they want to be and what they want to work for. I think that's huge and it's important. I don't see that that's going to solve our economic problems. We've got people here tonight. I mean, they want to have music on the street. I think music on the street is nice. If their living is based on the tips they're making, they're not really going to be able to afford property in Manitou, and they probably not have difficulty with rent. So I don't think that's a real rational strategy long term. While I think this is an important matter, I don't see that we're going to make a whole lot of progress. So if council wants to address making this livable and responding to what people want, that's one thing, but I don't think we should call it economic development.
I think that's fine. I do want to just say that all these folks are actively working on it right now, which is great, and I'd love for us to be a part of that conversation. So, and I just really appreciate you all helping with this too, so thank you.
Well, we could just go ahead and I guess move on to the urban renewal matter. Do we want some? Okay, Nancy?
Yeah, I think it is worthy of this council to continue the conversation, and Natalie has volunteered to look into some next steps, and I would like to have her come back and present again. we might not make any drastic changes, but I think just this discussion we've just had has been very valuable.
And I don't have an objection with that. I mean, I also feel like I don't have, that it's not really what I would think of as economic development, but it may be something that's fruitful. So, Natalie, if you want to, more homework.
I would love one more, at least one more.
If there's no objections, we'll send Natalie home to do another term paper, and she can let us know when she's got it. Is that okay? All right, okay. Natalie, you've got another term paper to write. Okay, thank you. Thank you all. Let's go ahead and move to the last item for the evening. It's Manitou Springs Urban Renewal Authority, their 2022 Strategic Action Plan.
I'm hoping that you saved the best for last. I believe that you did.
Okay. Okay, and if we need your name, address, and title, if you feel that's appropriate for all three of you.
I'm happy to start with introductions. I'm Debbie Sagan. I'm a resident of Manitou. I chair the Manitou Springs Urban Renewal Authority this year. John Maynard, our vice chair, is here as well. Jim Reese, our executive director, and back in the audience, Ann Nichols, who is the secretary of the board this year, and Farley McDonough, who's also a board member and our immediate past president of the board, or past chair of the board. So we're here in force.
Okay, can we get your street addresses? It's customary for our records.
Sure. 523 Crystal Hills Boulevard, Manitou.
1320 Indian Oaks.
520 Silver Spring Circle, Colorado Springs.
Okay, thanks.
So you asked us here this evening to talk about our strategic plan for the URA. We thought we'd start with some background about the Urban Renewal Authority. We were created in 2006 by the City Council. At the time that we were authorized, the council also adopted the East Corridor Urban Renewal Plan. So as you all know, the urban renewal area extends along Manitou Avenue, roughly from Highway 24 to the south to El Paso Boulevard on the north, the Manitou Springs, historic Manitou Springs sign on the east, and the Highway 24 interchange on the west. That East Corridor Urban Renewal Plan is the plan that we are implementing as an authority. And it is not too specific, but specific enough to give us direction about what we're supposed to do. Our board is appointed by the mayor. There are 9 of us on the board. Some are Manitou residents, some are not. We do have a 25-year term, so the authority lapses in 2031. That's 9. We have 9 years left. Our mission statement really spells out what it is we're supposed to be doing, which is to actively redevelop the corridor. And the way that we do that is very important to both the public infrastructure that we can affect, as well as to the private redevelopment that we can affect. The most important thing about our work is that we do not do anything unless we're doing it in partnership with others. So though we have the authority to do certain things, most of the things we do are are acted on by other entities. So we work closely with the city, with the county, with private nonprofit organizations, community partners, all around the region. This one. There we go. We have 2 strategic objectives, 2 things that we do regularly that are our strategic objectives for the next few years. The first is that we invest in infrastructure and streetscape enhancements. While this may not seem like an economic development activity, it is often the tool that prompts redevelopment in an area like this. The second thing that our second strategic objective is to facilitate not only the rehabilitation of existing properties, but also the redevelopment of private property in the corridor. In terms of infrastructure and streetscape enhancements, there are many projects we've already completed since 2006. Those are listed in red. The biggest one is the West Side Avenue Action Plan. While we didn't do the infrastructure, all the infrastructure parts of that, we weren't responsible, nor did we finance those improvements. We were responsible for the streetscape improvements, which we think are very important to revitalizing that area for residents and tourists alike. Our newer projects, the projects that are either underway or on our list to start this year, are listed in blue, including plans to, we've been reviewing plans to enhance the El Paso Boulevard streetscape, to look at the Highway 24 interchange because of the pedestrian and traffic issues associated with that interchange today. We are looking at least one, if not more than one, pedestrian bridge across Fountain Creek to tie the existing creek trail into the Manitou Avenue area better than it is today. Make that pedestrian access much improved. And we've just reviewed and consented to participate in the Fields Park restroom enhancements, the upgrades that are proposed there. In terms of rehab and redevelopment of private property, this is an area that we have not done as much work in. And there's a couple of economic reasons why, and then there's also some just practical reasons why. The economic reasons mostly are related to the economic cycles that the URA has experienced since it started in 2006. A major recession, a pandemic, and rapid growth in between that frankly never really reached Manitou Springs in the way that we all hoped that it would, but certainly affected Colorado Springs. You can see much redevelopment in the urban renewal areas in Colorado Springs, and yet that redevelopment didn't really occur in our corridor. However, we did have a little bit of activity. The most recent and our real first tax increment financing project is the Holiday Inn Express, which is about to open. We also gave small site improvement grants to improve the facades at Adams Mountain Cafe, Sheldon's Garage, and the La Fun Motel. We do have money in our budget and have for some time to actually acquire property. That's another tool that an urban renewal authority can use, is to acquire property and then therefore be more in charge of the redevelopment of that property. Some urban renewal authorities are aggressive about that, some are not. We have not had the opportunity to pursue property acquisition, but we do have money set aside in our budget to do that. There are development opportunities on a few big properties, a couple of big properties in the urban renewal area, in the authorities area. One is the Maggie's Farm, the property across from Maggie's Farm, the old car wash, redevelopment plans are underway, as well as the La Fun Motel. And you all have participated in the process of La Fun. We all know that it's vacant at the moment and that that redevelopment just seems imminent at this point. We just don't know what form it's going to take.
Debbie, before you go on, could you talk just a little bit about what tax incentive or incremental financing is?
Sure.
Thank you.
The major way that that urban renewal authorities raise funds and spend funds within their district is by taking the increment of tax funds that is generated by new growth within the district and spending those funds either on a specific property, as we're doing in the case of the Holiday Inn Express, where the tax increment that they will generate once they open, we have an agreement with them to refund those dollars to them for improvements they've made to the property that either alleviated a blighted condition or allowed them to develop in the first place. In other words, we make it more affordable for them to redevelop in a way that's compatible with the plans that we have for redevelopment in the area in general. They comply with all the planning rules and regulations. We just are allowed to use tax funds in a different way in order to spur that redevelopment or help participate in that redevelopment with them. In the case of the Holiday Inn Express, for example, because of the way their property looks, they had a very difficult time figuring out parking, and we were able to provide, or will be able to provide, some funds to them, refund some of their money so that they could build their parking garage in a certain way to be compatible with the floodplain and our planning codes and fit their development on the site that they have. Sure.
Did that offer to provide them with that tax rebate or whatever you want to call it, was that after they had already purchased the property, or was that an incentive for them to decide to purchase the property?
I'm going to let Jim Reese answer that question because he's the one who worked on that.
The Holiday Inn Express actually had already purchased the property, and they were going through their entitlement process at the time. As they began to refine their cost estimates for some of the extraordinary costs, that's when they came to the Urban Renewal Authority and asked for tax increment financing.
And how much, I guess, rebate, or do we need to refund the money to them, or what's the deal?
Yeah, so basically the agreement, hold on a second, gotta pull that up. The agreement stipulates that the tax increments that will be generated over the next 9 years, which is what's left in the urban renewal area, sales and property taxes will go towards funding these improvements that they've done. And they've documented everything, and I've reviewed all their invoices and their construction contracts and all of that to make sure that what they're saying is what they did. But our total obligation, I have it here.
Let's just go to the next slide.
I don't think it's on there, but the total, we estimate that we'll be paying them $70,000 this year, because that's what we anticipate the sales tax revenue will be. And then over the life period of 9 more years, that should, if it tracks, generate about another $2 million.
Yeah, my understanding was that the URA essentially owed roughly a little over $2.1 million back to the Holiday Inn. So that's more like $233,000 a year for the next 9 years.
Yeah, and as you can see, we're already into May, so we're not going to generate that kind of numbers this year.
Right.
And then we have to combine the property tax, a part of that as well.
All right. Okay.
Oh, may I follow up on that?
Yeah.
So if we're looking at giving an incentive to a business to come here, once they buy the property, they're required by law to obey all of our codes. They have to comply with the landscape design and everything else. How does it help Manitou that after they've already come and they've, why are we doing this? How does it help Manitou? I must be missing something here. An incentive to me is when you're giving someone a carrot or you're encouraging them. But if they're already here and they're already legally required to provide parking and to protect the creek and all the other things, I remember I was on the planning commission when that application got approved. Why are we giving them all this? Why are we giving them all these rebates from all this tax money? I don't understand the benefit.
Do you want to take that? Okay. So let's back up to something Debbie mentioned earlier on. How urban renewal works is basically we try to level the playing field. So if you're going to develop a Holiday Inn Express, for instance, out in Northgate or someplace like that where it's raw ground, nothing exists already, it's a lot cheaper for someone to go out there and build on raw ground than it is to come in and tear something down or have to replace infrastructure or add new utilities, upgrade those type of things in a redevelopment area. So that's kind of the purpose of urban renewal, to step in there and try to make that affordable. Otherwise, a developer could just simply go to some other part of town and not be part of it.
Oh, so you did step in. That's my point. I didn't think anybody stepped in. I thought they came, they bought, they went to planning, they got their authority, and then you said, hey, let's make it cheaper for you. What's the point?
Let's say, I don't think they're following.
Okay, so.
Did you tell Holiday Inn that they were going to get all of this tax rebate money if they decide to come here? And that would be an incentive. But my understanding is that you offered them all this money after they were already here and after they were already legally required to do everything. So that's where I'm missing a piece.
So I think the issue at hand is that not every property owner or developer takes advantage of urban renewal authority incentives or tools. And what we've found so far in the URA is that developers haven't been paying attention to the URA very much at all. They've been doing their thing. They've been redeveloping their properties or proposing new things based on market conditions, which is what developers usually do. Our issue is that in Manitou, because of our unique conditions in this particular corridor, crumbling infrastructure, blighted properties, properties with things like asbestos, properties, small constrained parcels, so it's more difficult to do a commercial development and meet the current code for parking and landscaping and other requirements successfully without some incentive or without some tools. So we haven't had much redevelopment. The Holiday Inn is the first case where, as the developer was coming in and beginning to propose redevelopment, we found them too, and at about the same time said, look, here's what you're proposing to do. We could make your development either better, more cost effective, move more quickly so that you are, you come to market, your development is completed more quickly and provides tax revenue to the whole community faster than otherwise. So there were, that was the situation with the Holiday Inn. With the remaining part of the corridor, the plan, that the East Corridor Urban Renewal Plan calls for mixed use redevelopment if possible, but that's only going to occur with the stars sort of aligning between property owners willing and ready to rehabilitate or redevelop their properties, developers interested in investing in our area, and our URA tools being put to good use in the process.
So Holiday Inn already decided to buy the land, and they bought the land before URA got involved. Do I understand that correctly? Or, yes? So they're already here, they've already made a business decision that this is a good way for them to spend some money. They buy the land, they go to planning, they get their orders on how they have to comply with local ordinances, and the reason we gave them all this tax rebate is so that they'll finish their building faster? I still don't understand how Manitou benefits from having given away that money. And I don't mean to be dense or to keep repeating myself, but I haven't heard an answer to that other than they moved faster. And that's helpful. I must be missing something, though. I'm sure you had a good reason. I just don't get it.
When we did our analysis, the owners of the Holiday Inn came to the board and said, look, we've got all these extraordinary costs that are going to make our project more expensive than we anticipated. Really, that's kind of what it comes down to. So then we start looking at, okay, show me. Show me the numbers. Show me where this is really extraordinary costs. And they did that. They came up with this list of actually, it's more than, their list is actually more than the 2.1 that we think we're going to pay them back because simply we only have 9 years. So we're only going to be able to pay them back whatever's generated in 9 years. You know, in a normal urban renewal project, you can usually have like 20 years.
As a business, they realized, oh gosh, we have this business plan, it's going to cost more than we thought. It's a good thing we're a multinational, international corporation. Maybe we can get some free money from Manitou. I don't see how Manitou benefits from that, but I'll stop now.
That's not how it works. The owners are actually local. They're Colorado business, and they build a hotel, and then they put the Holiday Inn flag on it. So it's basically like a franchise.
You haven't told me how it helps Manitou, but that's fine. I guess it is what it is.
Well, I can tell you.
I don't think you've told me.
No, I can tell you from our perspective how we think it helps Manitou. Okay, so after 9 years, when we've fulfilled the obligation to pay them back, all that sales tax increment, if you will, and all the property tax increment that's created will flow into the city coffers.
But they were already here. They would have built it anyway. They just would have had to borrow a little more money. How does it help Manitou that they didn't have to borrow the little more money because we used our hard-earned tax dollars and our Manitou tax dollars to help them with their business? I don't see that it helped Manitou, but I'm going to let you move on so I don't get in trouble here.
I want to take one more stab at this because I think the bigger issue for me is that over the long run in Colorado's history, urban renewal authorities have been used successfully to revitalize areas that would not have redeveloped successfully without them being in place. And in the case of our corridor, I think the combination of the URA's facilitation of the West Side Avenue project and enhancing that project is allowing the corridor to now develop not only for residents of Manitou to use every day as a destination for restaurants and shopping and park access and things like that, but it's also bringing new interest in developing newer tourist attractions like an improved hotel like the Holiday Inn Express, which brings more visitors, more people coming to our restaurants and spending time in Manitou. And to me, that's the point of what we're trying to do. So just to wrap up here, the slide that we have up now is a list of our projects, the projects that we have for in our budget for 2022. This slide is difficult to read, but essentially it is the list of all of our projects. I won't go through it, but I will show you the next slide, which is our total budget for 2022, $3.6 million. All but 10% of that budget is spent in these two strategic priorities. So we are focused on helping property owners to redevelop or rehabilitate their properties, and we're focused on completing public infrastructure projects that not only benefit those property owners, but the community as a whole.
I have a question.
Yes.
So going back to the previous slide 5 of 6, the third item, Fountain Creek Pedestrian Bridge, the $250,000 budgeted item, you state that a location has been identified. Where is that location?
The location that we're looking at right now is between the Park Avenue Motel and the Park Row Motel and the Adams Mountain, the cluster of buildings next to Adams Mountain Cafe.
Were those two small
those
little
two
houses?
small little houses? There's a public access, a public right-of-way right there, and that's just about midway between Adams Crossing Bridge and the Becker's Lane Bridge. So we think it would be a good potential crossing site, but we have due diligence underway for that.
So does that involve that piece of property that's right behind Park Row Lodge that's, so is that what I'm hearing you? So
Yes.
it would be kind of like on the maybe east edge of that? Is that okay?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Feel free to do this at the end if this is not good timing, but back to the same screen with all of your budget line items. Can you give us more information about the street trees that you are, the $25,000 to replace dead plants and put new ones? I need to understand what are you thinking of there? What would that be?
So the street tree program is one that we've had in our budget for a bit. It is not there's not a particular location at the moment. Instead, what we've done is to work with property owners to identify ideal locations along the avenue where street trees make sense to be planted. And then that is an incentive that we can essentially work with property owners to place additional street trees because they enhance that streetscape.
So really, the street tree program is to pay property owners to put trees or planting on their property, not in the sidewalks that you've already poured that have no space for plantings.
Right. So when the WAP project was done, there's not enough right-of-way. I mean, the improvements that are out there go from right-of-way line to right-of-way line, and there was no place to increase it big enough to have a planting area. All we ended up with is like a 2-foot wide zone, which is not big enough to put trees in. So what we've tried to do is ask property owners if we can actually pay to have somebody install the trees onto their property. And I think so far we've done 6, maybe? I think 6. So, and that was a request by City Council, 4 or 5 years ago, I think.
And those are trees that you're paying them to plant that are, I assume, visible from the street?
Yeah.
Right on the edge of the property line and the right-of-way, presumably?
Yeah.
And then are you going to also give us more detail on the other budget items on this list here? Like $1.5 million for streetscapes? Are you going to, I guess we're supposed to wait for that design to come through and then we'll hear more about that? Are you going to give us any more detail about any of the objectives in that chart, or is that all we get?
Well, currently, we're working with the consulting team to look at the Highway 24 interchange, and we don't have numbers yet exactly. This is a placeholder at this point. We did go through the same analysis for El Paso about a year ago, and so we do have numbers for that. And so I can get you that information. But the idea was that let's look at both of these projects and see which one we want to really think is the most important at this point in time. And we just haven't reached that decision at this point yet.
And then in terms of the property acquisition line item that you have you looked at the LaFund for that?
Yes, we have.
And where are we with that? We were told like 2 months ago that we were going to have a bid on demo to include asbestos removal. Anyway, I don't know if that's a different issue, but can you tell us anything about the $1,250,000 that would be a potential project being identified for property acquisition, or do you have no idea at this point?
Julie, I think with regard to the LaFun property, there's maybe some things that should be taken to an executive session.
Oh, okay. Well, then don't talk about LaFun, but do you have any plans for that $1,250,000 for property acquisition at this time, or any thoughts about it, or is that all just executive session?
At this time, we do not have plans for the $1.25 million. That money is budgeted and set aside in the event that a property owner is identified where acquisition makes sense. And so it is a budget line item, but it is not one that's committed to any particular piece of property.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess while you've got that chart up, I've got a couple questions on it. Under the Objective 2 line, the first item there, near the bottom, it says tax increment funds used to be used annually to pay for eligible expenses. We got $70,000 there, Holiday Inn Express. Okay, so the Holiday Inn Express is going to generate an estimated $70,000, but my understanding is you need to reimburse them something on the order of like $233,000.
So
I don't
this
see
is
that
where
on this budget sheet.
Yeah, this is where the development process. You can see that the development process becomes difficult for developers trying to think about using tax increment financing with an urban renewal authority like ours. Because our term lapses in 9 years, even though the Holiday Inn Express is eligible for the millions of dollars in tax increment rebate, they will only generate so much in 9 years, and it won't come up to the amount that they're eligible to receive. So we only have authority to give them the tax increment that they generate over those 9 years. This year, we estimate it to be $70,000. Hope if we're all lucky, next year it will be the $230,000 times 8. So you can see that what they're eligible for and what they will actually receive are two different amounts. Okay. And it's one of the reasons why our incentive toolkit is shrinking every year as our end date draws closer.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Am I making sense? I'm trying to. It's difficult.
Well, it's...
Right. We only rebate to the developer what they generate in taxes over the lifetime of our authority.
Is that the same thing as saying that they don't have to pay any tax for the next 9 years?
No.
They do pay the tax, but then we give it back to them.
We give it back to them
at the
for
end of the day,
eligible
we get zero
expenses.
tax money from them that we get to keep for the next 9 years. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
That's what we're trying to tell you. Okay. The increment, yes.
I don't know how the word increment fits in there, but whatever they give the city, we have to give it back for 9 years.
So in a typical urban renewal area, and this is getting in the weeds, I realize, but the property, when it's actually designated as an urban renewal site, is usually generating some property tax and some sales tax. In that case, that's the base, and the city, the county, school districts continue to get that same amount of money for the life of the urban renewal area. So in essence, it's a but-for argument that unless you do the project, you don't generate the money. And in order to do the project, they have these extraordinary costs that we're willing to help them pay. So that's kind of how the system works.
Okay. And another question, while we still have that slide up there. The last item in the upper section there, it talks about pursue wrapping utility boxes, budget to be determined. In looking at the meeting minutes from the URA board, it looked like the estimated cost per box is in the neighborhood of $5,000 to $8,000, and there's 12 boxes. That's $60,000 to $96,000 to wrap utility boxes with pretty pictures. In a town that has ancient pipes, I mean, that certainly came up earlier in the evening. How do we stop leaking water? Well, we fix pipes. That's a lot of money to me. What's the thought there?
As part of the streetscape enhancement program, the Manitou Springs Arts Alliance, the Crane organization, approached us about this idea of the utility box wraps as a way to beautify the streetscape. So Becca Sickbert has been our liaison in this process, and we've agreed at the moment to test 2 boxes, one of each type. Apparently, there are 2 types that Colorado Springs Utilities has along the corridor. So we've done a call for art for these 2 boxes. We're going to try them and see what we think, because we too were concerned about the cost and also about the appearance and the sort of durability of the wraps. We think it will be successful and that we can continue, but we're starting with these 2 as a pilot.
I guess I'm flabbergasted. I just, this is, to spend the money on decorating utility boxes when we have so many other needs in the city just strikes me as wrong. Yeah, I guess one of my thoughts on the URA is the URA was formed in 2006. That was before marijuana was ever envisioned, and I think marijuana came in 2014. The URA was lucky in that the 2 marijuana shops were located. I mean, by law, we said they had to be in that area. So the URA got this windfall from the marijuana businesses. Not to say that the city didn't get a windfall in that sense too, but and there's a disproportionate amount of, I think, sales tax accruing to the URA that, in my mind, should be shared with the whole city. That should be helping it. The city, I think. The sales tax to the URA, you expect to get like over $1.7 million this year, and that's your share. I mean, certainly, there's the marijuana tax is not a simple thing. We get the marijuana tax per se, but that sales tax, that would say there's a 9.3 that we tax on marijuana, on T-shirts, on whatever, and the city gets 3.9. I think it's that part that's. That amounts to $1.7 million for the URA that, I could see using that elsewhere in the city. And that's not to say that the URA hasn't done some good things, but, if the marijuana money goes away, we're going to be scraping the barrel for nickels and dimes.
I think that's something we need to talk about at our budget retreat. That's a really big central issue.
I think that would be appropriate, yeah. Nancy?
Yeah, I would just say that the URA is doing what they were directed to do and within the confines of the rules governing URAs. I know over the past 4 years, we have twice diverted money from the URA, which makes it very difficult for them to project or plan for things. Additionally, I know that while you can use eminent domain, no one likes eminent domain. So basically, there's no way to force property owners to sell you or their property. And I know Jim has done endless hours of talking to all the property owners in the URA. So I think it's difficult. And lastly, I would say that our city, between our code, our planning code, and that corridor in particular is so difficult to work with. So my observation of the URA is they are doing a lot to do what they've been directed to do. So I certainly am fine with looking at their budget, but I think it's an underestimation of what they've accomplished given the constraints and the challenges that they've had to and lastly, I would say, the URA still looks terrible. It's still pretty much blighted. So to start diverting money when they are starting to make some more concrete progress, and I mean, you look at the Becker's Lane, it's so much better now. So anyway, I think we need to consider the pros and the cons, as I always say, and what the obstacles that they're up against, that I think it's kind of hard to be sensitive to unless you've worked in that area. So thank you.
Judith?
I'm going to go ahead and say it. So one of the problems that I have, and I'm going to use the Holiday Inn as an example, is if anybody knew what that property looked like before they scraped it, it had some of the most beautiful old growth spruce trees. It had just old trees. And so, one of the things that's frustrating to me is we want the development and we want the tax money that we're now going to just go ahead and refund them, and we sell the property, and of course they own the property. They can do whatever they want. So they scrape it, and in my personal opinion, put a building there that was way too big for the lot. That, in my opinion, I really wish that. I don't think that building enhances the URA. That's my personal opinion. That said, then after all of those old growth trees and all those boulders are taken out and they plop that hotel that's really spilling into the street, then we're spending $25,000 to plant more trees. So to me, sometimes it's just that frustration of we take out beautiful old growth trees and we spend $25,000 on trees that are 3 or 4 inch caliper diameter that I'll never see the canopy in my lifetime. So those are some of the frustrations that I experienced living over in that neighborhood, which is, I've sponsored one of those planters. I couldn't keep that juniper alive. Most of them are dead, partly because the URA is a harsh environment. I mean, it is harsh. And so, I understand your frustration, but I mean, to me, it's like, what are we trying to accomplish here? So I don't know. I just, again, thinking about the economic development, thinking big picture. I really hope that isn't the goal of the URA, is to put more of those boxed, buildings up that take away the natural beauty and landscaping, add more, high density lighting, because when you walk Fields Park, the lights pollution over there from that hotel is just pretty heinous, and it is sad. And so I try to see it both ways, but that's why when we're talking about the Holiday Inn getting all of their tax money back for 9 years, I do have to. I am sympathetic and empathetic to the conversation that's being had. So that's
Absolutely.
all I wanted to say. Thank you.
May I make a comment?
Okay, sure, go ahead.
Okay. So I just want to point out a couple of things so that we're clear about what it is that the Urban Renewal Authority does and what we don't do. So what we do is to hold responsibility for implementing the authority. What we don't do is land use planning or implementing or executing city code. So we can facilitate redevelopment in the corridor, but what we don't do is to make property owners do things a particular way. We help with incentives, we help with financing, but we don't talk about, we do, of course we give our opinions, but we have no legal authority to tell a developer what the property must look like, particularly. In the code, we do have incentives in the code, so there is a URI district in the code, and the code revision team is examining that, and John Maynard has been part of that, so I wanted to give him an opportunity to talk for a minute about that, the aesthetics of the corridor.
Well, I have a couple comments, and first of all, not to beat the Holiday Inn to death here tonight, but The Planning Commission and Council approved the site plan and the particulars of the site for the Holiday Inn. The Urban Renewal Authority had nothing to do with the site planning or what have you. The Holiday Inn will, and hopefully sooner rather than later, plant their streetscape trees. If you walk the site, you'll see the circles in the rock that are there and the drip system that's supposed to irrigate them. I had hoped they would be in by now, but they're not. So there will be, the streetscape program that we fund doesn't apply to the Holiday Inn because they will be required to comply with the city code and provide street trees along their frontage as part of their development approval. But I'd like to back up to the very beginning of the Urban Renewal District and point out why the City Council approved a district in the first place. And that was the council paid for what's called a blight study. The blight study identified, the code requires, and Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, that you find 3 of 9 specific conditions in a corridor that lead to blight of the corridor. And I think 7 of those 9 existed in the corridor that was identified for urban renewal. So that's why the City Council at that point in time in 2006 decided to create the Urban Renewal District. And then they created the district and had a plan prepared for the district, which is a very general land use plan. Subsequent to that, and I can't remember the date, although I should, I think it was 2012, the city and Urban Renewal Authority authorized a consultant to prepare a land use model, which had several options as to how the corridor could develop. And this was intended to be a marketing document that would show potential developers how the corridor could be developed. And that was used, and eventually by Jim, to approach potential developers, say this is what we would like to see within the corridor. That plan will never be implemented in that way. Something will change, but it won't be exactly that way. But it was used basically as a marketing tool. It also had an economic component, by the way, and said if option 1 were developed in this way, it would generate this amount of tax revenue minus tax increment financing. If it developed in option number B, it would have generated this amount of tax revenue. So there was an economic model along with that. And those documents are all available, by the way. So the reason that the Urban Renewal Authority exists is there was a blighted area. And the district and the WAP plan have made a considerable change to the appearance of the corridor. And what the current board is trying to do is to even enhance that further in hopes that private property owners will decide to redevelop their property and therefore create more tax base for the community.
And not just more tax base, but a more diverse tax base than the one we have now. Because, thankfully, at this time, the marijuana stores that are there cannot grow. We will not have another marijuana establishment in the corridor, at least not at this time. And to me, what that means is, yes, we've got a marijuana revenue issue, right? We've got a tax base that's heavily dependent right now on marijuana revenue in terms of commercial tax receipts. But the corridor offers a larger opportunity to diversify that tax base for the long haul beyond the date that where the authority expires, and the tax revenues come back to serve the whole community.
Well, if having this money go into a hotel doesn't exactly diversify the tax base, we already have hotels. That's nothing new or diversity oriented. It's just another damn hotel.
I'll make one comment. and this is not a board position, this is a John Maynard position, and I want to make that clear. But should the board decide to acquire property, it's my opinion that we would then have a greater say in what the land use would be, what the design of that property would be, and what have you, in negotiating with the developer to develop that property. So that's one of the reasons that I believe that we have money in our budget for land acquisition. Now, whether we decide to acquire land or not, that's a board decision that has not been made. And there's no target for that at this point in time, but it gives us another tool, and a tool that hopefully will make the corridor more diverse and also more attractive.
Okay, council, any further questions or comments? Oh, Natalie.
I just look at the URA as part of the city and a branch of council, and so I just, when I hear this, I just think that if the URA feels broken to us, I think it's up to us to help with, again, that conversation and that voice. And so I feel like if we're not developing the URA we want, I do feel like we're part of that problem. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? If not, well, thank you very much. Appreciate your insights.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that takes us to council correspondence. Did anybody have anything? Julie?
The brand new grass at Soda Springs is already dead. I don't know why the city didn't water it, but what a shame. It's like 3/4 or more dead. So that's very disappointing. And I know there's construction going on right at the roundabout at Tubby's, but between that roundabout and going east on Manitou Ave, there is a tremendous amount of gravel that's been there for a while that I really think should be removed. It looks terrible, but it's also dangerous for anyone who's not in a vehicle. I mean, I wouldn't want to ride a bike over that. So that's all I have.
Okay, good points there. Thank you. Anybody else? I guess not. Okay, Denise, do you have anything?
Just a couple. Dumpster Days is this weekend, May 14th, dumpster drop-off at 8 a.m. So there'll be 2 dumpsters at Shriver Park and then up at Public Works, so 2 dumpsters for that. Soda Springs Park community meeting was last night for the master plan. May 16th is pool feasibility study community meeting at 6 p.m. May 17th, the free groceries distribution. May 19th in the morning is coffee with the city administrator, and then May 19th in the evening is Crystal Hills District with the police department. And our survey responses closed tonight at 11:59, and as of I think 4 this afternoon, we had 343 responses, which was good. We had, I believe it was about 25, and Mayor Pro Tem Shada, you were there last night, I think, and so was Nancy and Natalie. I think there was about 25 people from last night at the event. Let's see, the other thing is for the Parks and Rec, the expanding recreation program. We have 60 kids signed up so far for the youth baseball program, which is great, 3 full teams. And we have 29 kids from the 4 to 8 for the mini baseball program. So we're definitely getting participation in our recreation program, which is great. We did paint the green there at the post office. So I know that was brought up last week, so I wanted to say we got that done. And so that was great. And then we had a couple of emails about a vehicle there, and we were able to manage that. I do want to make sure I have clear direction going forward. There's a couple of emails. I did get an email from Skylar that I just want to give to you, and he will also put in the weekly report. They're meeting with Rain Tech on June 8th, and the reason why they haven't moved faster on that for the Fountain Creek and watering is there are parts on back order still as we are dealing with everything. Fire hydrants, we have 3 fire hydrants that are still waiting to get fixed due to parts on back order. So unfortunately, the supply chain sometimes stops that, but that's what he sent me. Also, let's see. Oh, the micromobility, I'll check on that for the report for the other micromobility to make sure that we have that. Commercial taps, we talked about that. Parkway definitions, exceptions for city administrator. I believe that's all I have. Is there something I'm missing?
I don't think so. Can anybody think anything? I guess not. Okay.
Yeah, it's late.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, if there's no objections, we'll adjourn then. Thanks, everybody.